Okay, 30-second warning. Yeah. All right, we'll call this general committee meeting to order. Welcome, everyone. Thanks for joining us this evening. We start our meetings with the following land acknowledgement. We respectfully acknowledge that we are on the treaty and traditional territory of the Mississauga Anishinaabe. We offer our gratitude to the First Peoples for their care for and teachings about our earth and our relations. May we honor those teachings. We'll now take 30 seconds to reflect. Please stand for the singing of the national anthem. And the Council for the City of Peterborough recognizes the principles contained in our Constitution and the Canadian Charter of Rights and Freedoms. All right, we do have a proclamation this evening, so I'll pass it over to Mayor Leal. Mayor Leal.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Whereas International Day of Persons with Disabilities has been celebrated annually around the world on December 3rd since its proclamation in 1992 by the United Nations General Assembly. Whereas the 2023 theme calls for an intensified and accelerated effort to rescue sustainable development goals for people with disabilities, calling for a fundamental shift in commitment, financing, and action to achieve goals for a minority group that has historically been marginalized and left furthest behind. Whereas Ontario is the first province in Canada and one of the first jurisdictions in the world to enact accessibility legislation, and Peterborough is well positioned to make life better for people with disabilities who live, work, and visit our city. And whereas the city of Peterborough takes accessibility compliance and human rights very seriously, the city recognizes that accessibility laws do not prescribe every detail on how to prevent barriers. In some instances, a basic level accessibility means moving the goal from compliance to inclusion to prevent new barriers and meet human rights obligations. Therefore, it be resolved that I, Jeff Leal, Mayor of the City of Peterborough, do hereby proclaim Sunday, December 3rd, 2023, it is International Day of Persons with Disabilities in the City of Peterborough. And I would ask Councillor Duguay to make a few comments. He's been at the forefront on this guidelines, et cetera, for persons with disabilities. And I know he'd like to make a few comments on this proclamation.
Your Worship, I would be honored. In 1992, the city of Peterborough was the first community in Canada to establish its own municipal accessibility design guidelines. In 1995, those guidelines were updated. In 2002, they were subsequently updated, and the city received national recognition from Canada Mortgage and Housing Corporation for the work we were doing on our 3 versions of our access guidelines. And for the benefit of my colleagues and those listening, those guidelines became the benchmark for all of the municipalities across Canada, certainly in Ontario, and formed the backbone for our provincial legislation, built environment standard, our Ontarians with disabilities legislation. This community has been very well served by its Council for Persons with Disabilities. It continues to this day, and their efforts and initiatives can be found in all of our municipal buildings and throughout our community. And we will continue through the Accessibility Advisory Committee and other measures to strive to making our city as accessible as possible. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I want to thank Councillor Tugay for those comments and just acknowledge one of the people that I serve with, Alderman / Councillor Lois Hart Maxwell, who was an incredible advocate and made fundamental changes for people with disabilities, not only here in Peterborough, across the province and across Canada. And she was just a significant leader in this area.
Thank you very much for that, Mayor Leal. Thank you, Councillor Duguay. So adoption of minutes, October 23rd, October 30th, November 6th, November 22nd. Can I have a mover for those? Moved by Councillor Hakey. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, we'll take a vote. Councillor Duguay, are you able to vote? Are you a yay? Yep, perfect. And that is carried. Mr. Clerk, any disclosure of pecuniary interest this evening?
Mr. Chair, I see none at this time.
All right, we have. Oh yes, so Councillor Hakey, you'll want to declare on. Councillor Hakey will want to declare on report LSRS 23-002 property acquisition. That's the first one. All right, so we have 3 reports coming out of closed session this evening. First one, property acquisition, that council approved the recommendation outlined in report LSRS 23-002 dated December 4th, 2023 of the Commissioner of Legislative Services as follows. That respecting a property acquisition, staff be directed to proceed as outlined in closed session report LSRS 23-002 dated December 4th, 2023 of the Commissioner of Legislative Services. Moved by Councillor Parnell. Any comments or questions? We'll take a vote. And that is carried, and we'll note that Councillor Hakey did not participate or vote. Report number 2, coming out of closed, Technology Drive, that council approved the recommendation outlined in report LSRS 23-003 dated December 4th, 2023 of the Commissioner of Legislative Services as follows. That respecting the property known municipally as 2000 Technology Drive, Peterborough, staff be directed to proceed as outlined in closed session report LSRS 23-003 dated December 4th, 2023 of the Commissioner of Legislative Services. Moved by Councillor Baldwin. Comments or questions? We'll take a vote. And that is carried. Final item coming out of closed, lease, that council approved the recommendation outlined in report MOAIR 23-002 dated December 4th, 2023 of the Commissioner of Municipal Operations acting as follows. That respecting certain long-term leases at the Peterborough Municipal Airport, staff be authorized to proceed as outlined in closed session report MOAIR 23-002 dated December 4th, 2023 of the Commissioner of Municipal Operations. Moved by Mayor Leal. Any comments or questions? We'll take a vote. And that is carried. Thanks, everyone. So we'll move to our consent agenda. Committee members, let me know if you'd like to speak to the following items. 15A1, 2024 meeting schedule and procedural bylaw update. Anyone wishing to speak to that? Councillor Riel. 15A2, appointments to Kofi Board of Directors. Anyone wishing to speak to that? Seeing none. 15A3, September 30th, 2023 financial report. Anyone wishing to speak to that? Councillor Chica. 15A4, budget amendment and award for the abatement and demolition of House 2151 Mervyn Line. Anyone wishing to speak to that? Councillor Burke. 15A5, renaming of a portion of Hillside. Anyone wishing to speak to that? Councillor Hakey. 15A3, Kawartha Heights Boulevard in Denyer, all-way stop. Anyone wishing to speak to that? Councillor Crowley. 15A7, mixed-use corridors urban design. Anyone wishing to speak to that? Councillor Degay. Do you want to speak to that? 15A8, approval for the contract amendment for the supply and delivery of one wastewater collection work body truck. Anyone wishing to speak to that? Councillor Riel. Oh, we're not doing well. 15A9, additional funding for the incentive affordable housing capital project. Anyone wishing to speak to that? Oh, good. One. 15A2, Peterborough Housing Corporation Annual General Meeting. Anyone wishing to speak to that? Councillor Riel. Interim operating agreements for community housing projects. Anyone wishing to speak to that? Councillor Riel. All right, so we have two items for consent this evening. 15A2, 15A9, moved by Councillor Purnell. We'll take a vote. Get the highlights in the morning. And that is carried. All right, we do have one item this evening, public meeting under the Planning Act. So I will pass it over to the Chair of Planning, Councillor Purnell. Councillor Purnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We'll start the planning portion of the meeting. We do have one item on the agenda this evening, and that has to do with 264 Lansdowne Street East. And there will be some public delegations on this, Mr. Chair. But to start, we do have Mr. Brad Appleby to introduce this application to us.
Good evening, members of the committee, and you'll have to bear with me because I'm kind of getting up to speed on this file here. Unfortunately, our planner who has shepherded this file throughout the process is down and out today. So I will do my best here to bring this forward for you. Oh. How's that? All right. All right. So we're here to consider a zoning bylaw amendment for 264 Lansdowne Street East, which is shown on the screen just east of Ashburnham Drive on the north side of Lansdowne Street. I believe right next door to the west would be the Peterborough Kia dealership, and then vacant land right now to the east, and then the Pioneer Gas Bar. You can kind of see a little bit further east from there. A couple shots of the property itself. I'm sure we're all familiar with the property, the Trent Winds International Center and Motel. This is what it looks like from the street. And a bit of a view from above. And you can see as things stand right now, the property is under fairly significant sort of asphalt cover, impervious coverage. The property itself, the building itself, is currently vacant, but I know over the years it's been open for a long time, and I certainly spent many a soccer banquets there with my kids over the years. Property owner is Ellis Holdings, and they are represented here tonight. The applicant is RFA Planning Consultants, and Sean Legier is here, and I believe will be speaking here in a few moments. The property itself is just over 4 acres in size, 100, almost 100 and just over 130 meters of frontage along Lansdowne Street. Property is currently vacant. It is a commercially zoned property today. The proposal on the site is for 2 apartment buildings, mixed-use buildings, with 186 units in total. And you would have a sort of 11-story building on the west side of the property, and then an 8-story building on the east side of the property, and just over, I think, 1,700 square meters of sort of neighborhood serving commercial uses on the ground floor facing Lansdowne Street. The proposal before you tonight is to rezone this property from its current C4 zoning, commercial district, to a modified R60 zone, which would allow the 186 unit building to be developed. And there are site-specific regulations being introduced in the zoning to help deal with sort of the particulars of the development, including coverage and parking and so forth. Here's the original, or one of the earlier concept plans that was presented to us. And then through working with the applicant, we were able to actually have that amended a bit to this latest version, which, although the building configuration is similar, what you'll see is that there's actually a fairly significant reduction of parking at the ground level in this version compared to the earlier version. And additional parking is also to be provided underground for the residential buildings as well. The applications themselves were reviewed in accordance with provincial policy and with the city's official plan. This particular property is located within a major mixed-use corridor in the official plan, which does envision higher density uses, a mix of commercial and residential uses, and building heights in line with what you're seeing here. An open house was held by the applicant back in June, and notice was provided out to all landowners within 120 meters. Notice of tonight's meeting was circulated in accordance with the Planning Act. And as of Friday, 2 letters of objection were received. One dealing with an immediate neighbor who had concerns around sort of stormwater management and urban design, typical issues that you would actually see at a site plan stage rather than perhaps at the zoning stage. The other letter dealing with land use compatibility, which was something that was looked at through the application process. However, this property in particular, who submitted comments, was located just beyond sort of the arc that study had looked at. In terms of sort of how these can be addressed, again, the one issue is mostly site plan related, and this property will have to go through site plan should the zoning come into effect. And so there's additional process to address that. The other issue around the first letter shown on the screen there can be addressed, potentially through holding symbols if council wished, or other means that we could discuss. But that's the extent of the comments that have been received. I'm happy to field any questions that you might have. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Appleby. Any questions? Councillor Hakey, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. Through you to Brad. The R60 zoning, can you give me something on the commercial side that it would be similar to? Like
Through the chair, the R60, I believe it's more more like neighborhood commercial type uses, smaller commercial uses that would be kind of wrapped into typically a mixed-use building. So the R60 zone itself is a residential district that already has some commercial component to it. And through this amendment, the applicant is looking to kind of broaden the range of that a bit, but it's still, typical kind of neighborhood serving uses.
And through you, Madam Chair, Brad, what is the size in square feet of the commercial, and is it in both buildings or just one?
I will perhaps defer part of that to the applicant who will be up in a moment, but I know it's just over 1,700 square meters. And I believe it's at least in that one sort of L-shaped building that has the majority of its frontage along Lansdowne Street, but the applicant could probably speak better than I can.
Through you, Madam Chair, for us old guys, the 1,700 square meters, roughly 17,000 feet. Square feet.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Duguay, your turn.
Thank you, Chair Parnell. Mr. Appleby, you did a wonderful job pitch hitting on short notice. I'd like to speak first to the objection with respect to noise and air quality study. The study that was submitted to the city, did it meet provincial MOECC standards and guidelines?
Through the chair, the study was prepared in accordance with those guidelines. However, sort of the extent of its reach missed this one particular property.
If you could clarify it, Miss, does that mean the report needs to be, there be additional work through the site plan approval process?
Through the chair, I would suggest additional work would be appropriate for this, perhaps updating the existing work that's been done with say an addendum. In terms of the timing of that work, I would suggest that work should be done sort of before the use is established.
That would make sense to me. Secondly, with respect to the noise study, did it consider Lansdowne Street itself?
Through you, Mr. Chair, or Madam Chair, there was a separate noise study done. So there was a noise study and like a land use compatibility study as well. So the noise did look at Lansdowne Street.
Thank you. And if I might, Madam Chair, I'd like to speak to then the second comment. I have considered the development concepts, and I find the urban design approach to be of high quality. In keeping what we're contemplating through our official plan. I believe you've clarified their concerns being more site plan related. You indicated the possibility of applying a holding symbol. Are you satisfied that the stormwater matters can be appropriately addressed through site plan control process?
Through you, Madam Chair, yes, I am.
So if I might, Madam Chair, having heard that, the application of a holding symbol would just be yet another step, could represent a unnecessary administrative delay if staff satisfied. We've heard from our Director of Planning that I think the holding symbol would be superfluous in this case. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Mayor Leal, please.
Thanks very much, Madam Chair, through you to Brad. I mean, this is a very needed project for the city of Peterborough. We need every unit to get our hands on. This letter we have from Blake Cassells, and with all due respect, got a lot of kind of legal mumbo jumbo in it. And we're not going to request all these peer reviews, et cetera, to slow this project down, are we?
Through you, Madam Chair, what I would suggest is, and we had some conversation with the applicant earlier today around this, and so, they could look at, and they're here and they can speak to this as well. Perhaps doing a scope review just in relation to that one particular property, since they've already done a review of sort of the other properties in the immediate vicinity. And so if there's opportunity to work with that particular landowner to get, the data around that particular operation and how it functions, then they may be able to pull that work together reasonably quickly.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mayor. Councillor Burke, your turn, please.
Thank you, Chair Parnell. Through you to Mr. Appleby, thanks a lot. I think that I'm very excited by this. I think that I was driving through there yesterday, and this is the exact type of project that our city needs. Um, my experience on council has been that hindsight is 2020, and we often come back to these projects wishing that we had done more. Has there been any limitation put on the developer by our existing zoning that has sort of limited the scope of the project as we have a housing crisis?
Through you, Madam Chair, I would suggest no, certainly not the zoning. I would say the applicant was very careful to sort of tailor their application to meet the new official plan. And so, you know, they took advantage of sort of the added height provisions in the new official plan. And in particular, what they took advantage of was that language around promoting higher density close to intersections. So that's why you'll see a taller building on the west side of the site instead of the east, because it's kind of stepping up towards that Ashburnham intersection. So I think that the new official plan actually sort of facilitated this development.
And thanks through the chair. It's very interesting to me that we're discussing this as at the same night as we're discussing the mixed use corridors design guidelines. And I guess some of my criticism sometimes from these builds is that it's very much like you just drive in to go to it and then you drive out to leave. When in fact the neighborhood has a lot of like walking paths and neighborhoods behind it. Is the city sort of proactively looking at the project? And is there any opportunity to consider how the build could be connected to the neighborhoods behind it, not just connected to the throughway of like entering and exiting Lansdowne?
Through you, Madam Chair, what I would suggest is at the site plan stage, we will be looking, and in the earlier conversations up until now, we have discussed sort of the notion that there might be options for connecting this to its immediate surroundings, because we know there are, you know, pretty sizable land holdings both east and west that could develop, you know, over time at some point. And so this could be a really, you know, nice piece kind of in the middle of that to connect it all together.
Thanks. And you know, typically how we see these is like the back end of them are where like the garbage and recycling goes, and there's a big fence cut off from the rest of the neighborhood. So yeah, thank you. I'm very supportive of this and appreciate the presentation.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions from committee? Seeing none, I actually do have one that I'll ask of you and then also the applicant. And it does have to do with the storm water. And I do understand that the stormwater has to be looked after on the developer's own property, but there's been some concerns raised about perhaps some of the stormwater going onto the adjoining neighbor. I'm concerned about our leash-free dog park in behind and this new forest that we planted there last year. So can you assure me that the stormwater will be managed on their own site and will not be detrimental? Because we already know a significant amount of work had to go into that leash-free dog park because it was a pretty wet area before the dog park, all the work to facilitate that. So will that be looked after, please?
Madam Chair, what I would suggest is that, and the applicant's engineers here can speak to this in a little more detail as well, but stormwater management, you know, with a development like this will need to be designed so that sort of the existing condition is maintained and not worsened, right? So wherever that water is flowing today, you know, at a minimum, that is what will need to be maintained through the design. Having said that, we had a look at the concept plan up there, and we can see that there's going to be a significant reduction in impervious surface on the property. There's going to be introduction of low impact development or like water infiltration measures as well. And so I think what you'll see at the end of the day is that the stormwater management that does get implemented will end up being sort of an overall net benefit. But at a minimum, it will need to be designed in a way that it's not increasing any impact on neighboring properties.
Thank you, and staff will make sure that that happens during site plan.
Madam Chair, that would happen at the site plan stage. That's right.
Correct. Thank you very much for that. Okay, seeing no further questions, thank you, Mr. Appleby, and we'll open up the floor to delegations.
Thank you.
Okay, so at this point of the meeting, we do invite up our public delegations. We have 2 people listed to come and speak with us. Mr. Kaladas, did you want to come forward, please, sir, to the podium? And you'll need to turn the mic on with that little move button.
Good evening, all. My name is Tiago Caldas. I'm the owner of Statistics Engineering, the consultant engineer firm that was responsible for the site servicing, stormwater management, and architectural layouts. We have prepared a more than 5-minute presentation to show it to you guys. I'll get the floor to Sean Leger from RFA Planning to go through the major planning issues or related questions that you may have, and then I'm here to answer any engineering questions after, if you wish. Thank you.
Okay, so we're combining the 2 delegations together for a total of 10 minutes.
Thank
Okay.
you. Thank you.
You got 9 minutes left. And you're Mr. Leger? And if you could just state your name
Good
and address,
evening.
please. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Sean Leger, Vice President, Senior Planner with RFA Planning Consultant. I'm the agent for this application. The applications for zoning amendment have been filed with the City of Peterborough for planning approval of the proposed development. The 264 Lansdowne Street East project is considered redevelopment intensification. It will consist of 2 new mixed-use buildings that will replace the Tradewinds International Center, Motor Hotel, and Dixie's Saloon buildings that have been on the property prior to 1992, but when the owner took ownership in 1992, has been vacant since. Fast forward to present, work began in September 2021 on the development plan you see before you tonight with consultation with staff and then the technical studies required in support. On this note, I prepared a brief presentation for this evening to review the 264 Lansdowne Street East project, the work completed, findings from all the technical studies prepared in support, and if time conformity with key planning policies. I will skip this slide for the sake of time, since my colleague and friend already went over a lot of these details. So the work completed. As a bit of history, multiple pre-consultation meetings were completed for this project, the first of which was in September of 2021. From April to June of 2023, the following work history and work has been completed. Tree inventory and preservation plan, checklist for the development applications, phase 1 is environmental site assessment, a parking justification study, neighborhood context plan, solar study, 3D mass modeling, phase 2 environmental site assessment, a hydrogeological assessment. The site plan concept was completed, noise and vibration impact study, functional serviceability and stormwater management report, traffic impact study, planning justification report. And in terms of the application process, the applications were filed in November 2022 and deemed complete in February of 2023. In December of we received the record of site condition issued by the MECP. That was in December of 2022. And then in June, as previously mentioned, we held our own, hosted by ourselves, a neighborhood information session. With respect to that, 6 individuals were in attendance, including our Peterborough file planner and area councillor. No written comments were recorded at the meeting, but all spoke in support of the proposed development. One question arose about the potential noise impact from the new buildings to neighboring properties. We noted that the noise and vibration impact study could be reviewed to ensure adequate assessment, which has been completed. Discussions otherwise pertain to the city's nodes and corridors vision for the lands on the south side of Lansdowne Street East, as well as the continued industrial operations in the area. The plan. It is a mixed-use rental apartment complex with two primary buildings denoted as West Building and East Building. 11 stories is the West Building, 8 stories East Building. 186 units total, 122 in West Building, 64 units in the East Building. There is a range of apartment dwelling unit types ranging from 1 bedroom to 3 bedrooms. The split is on the slide. There will be 348 total vehicle parking spaces, 93 surface, 255 on 2 underground levels, 48 of which will be barrier-free, 12 of which will be electric vehicle for charging stations, and 3 car share. There will be 160 total bicycle parking spaces, 120 long terms, 40 short term. A total ground floor commercial area will be 2,861 square meters. 2 full movement entrances will be from Lansdowne Street East. There'll be an internal pedestrian walkway network that will connect the buildings, access with the public sidewalk, parking areas, and on-site amenities. There'll be an outdoor pool amenity located in the north property line, which you see there in blue. The central space that you see on the plan will be passive landscaped open space amenity. The buildings are located close to Lansdowne Street East, which is a high capacity arterial, to reinforce the street edge with main entrances from the sidewalks. 52.8 meter maximum building length has been proposed along Lansdowne Street East, and a mid-block pedestrian mews fronting onto Lansdowne Street East supplements the street pattern, which is to be accessible to the street network and is framed by West Building and East Building. Wide sidewalks and significant tree plantings are proposed along Lansdowne Street East frontage to create a generous promenade for walking. Increased pervious area or landscape space from the existing conditions will go from 2,300 square meters to 4,000 square meters. The stormwater management pond will be located in the northeast corner of the site, which I'll review also in a moment. And lastly, it's important to note that a 3-meter road widening has been provided, which is to be implemented at the time of site plan control. This slide illustrates the conceptual massing of the proposed buildings on the site. There is to be a 24.8 meter separation between the East Building and West Building. Setbacks from the property lines will range from 8.5 meters to 37.7 meters. And further to pre-consultation with planning staff, particular attention was paid to the 45-degree angular plane from the center line of Lansdowne Street East. In order to comply, step backs have been incorporated into the building massing to ensure 45-degree angular plane compliance. This is evident by the first 4 stories creating a podium, with floors 5 to 9 stepped back and floors 10 to 11 stepped back further. In order to assist us in ensuring 45-degree angular plane compliance, we also use the full R60 district front yard setback. That's the 8.5 meter setback to the front. To compensate for this setback, we will be bringing forward through the revised plan or a formal plan for site plan control to urbanize the front yard area to maximize pedestrian movements while providing tree canopy coverage. This space is intended to be quasi-public private space, being directly off the public sidewalk and at a depth of just over the length of a parking space. Planning staff did not request 45-degree angular plane compliance from any other property line. This said, there is also 45-degree angular plane compliance with the rear lot line. With respect to the neighborhood context, we've transposed the conceptual building design on a series of photos at key locations along Ashburnham Drive, Lansdowne Street East, and Highway 7 around the site to demonstrate how the project integrates into the existing context. Here we see one of the context figures along Ashburnham Drive looking southeast. From this location, the lands surrounding the site can be seen as vacant and low-rise car rental, vehicle repair, and towing operations. Because the area to the north and east are vacant, and that the area is now designated major mixed-use corridor and strategic growth area by the new official plan, we thought valuable to illustrate how the project integrates into the potential future neighborhood context envisioned by the 2018 official plan charrette nodes and corridors urban design guidelines. According to the draft urban design guidelines, development along Lansdowne Street East is envisioned for high density, high rise buildings that reinforce the street edge and screen parking from the public realm. Here we can see just that with a 3D perspective view looking west along Lansdowne Street East. Through the new major mixed-use corridor designation now in effect, the transformation of a typical automobile-oriented strip into an appealing pedestrian environment and urban profile corridor that frames the street. With respect to the potential shadowing impacts from the proposed development to surrounding and private and public spaces, we assess both existing and the 2018 Nodes and Corridors Guideline demonstration plans due to the amount of vacant land around us. The solar study illustrates 7 hours of the day under 4 seasonal conditions: spring, summer, fall, and winter. We concluded that the location and height of the proposed development will not cause undue shade effects on both existing and potential future context. Seen here is the impact of the development, outlined in blue, on the existing context during the fall equinox. Seen here is the impact of the development, again outlined in blue, on the potential future context as contemplated by the 2018 Nodes and Corridors Guidelines during the spring equinox. With respect to completing the work required to obtain record of site condition, Phase 1 and Phase 2 environmental site assessments were conducted in accordance with the Ministry of Environment, Conservation and Parks guidelines and OREG 15304. The site was investigated for potentially contaminating activities, of which 1 was found on site, 16 off-site. This resulted in identifying 6 areas of potential environmental concern associated with the PCAs. The field investigations were carried out March, July, and August of 2022 and consisted of 9 boreholes, and at that time, soil samples were taken. We concluded that the site's soil and groundwater conditions meet MECP site condition standards for residential use. This said, we are pleased to confirm that the MECP issued record of site condition for the properties previously mentioned on December 8th of 2022. With respect to hydrogeology, the characteristics of a number of factors have been assessed, including well monitoring drilling, groundwater elevation surveying, which was completed in August of 2022, and single well response tests. The assessment applied non-potable water standards to the analysis and consisted of installing 5 monitoring wells on site. It is important to note that no surface water was found on site and that Mead Creek is located approximately 200 meters to the north. The study area was found not to have any wells on site, but where there are 3 domestic wells and 17 monitoring wells located off-site. Based on the groundwater elevations and hydrologic gradient values, it was concluded that flows are generally in the northeast direction. With respect to stormwater management, we have prepared preliminary plans and reporting based on the engineering design standards of the City of Peterborough and Autonomy Region Conservation Area. Quality and quantity control will be handled through 7 catch basins, 2 oil grit separators, 2 depressed storage areas, and 2 infiltration trenches. The infiltration trenches are considered low impact development structures and are intended to satisfy those criteria. The designs have provided storage volumes based on 2-year to 100-year flow rates, which is the maximum that is required to be engineered. We can confirm that perimeter drainage patterns and post-development flows to pre-development flow levels can be maintained, specifically in the north and east. This will be accomplished by locating the storage area and infiltration trenches on site on the south side of a retaining wall at the northeast corner of the site. Spreading swales will then run between the retaining wall and the north and east property lines to diffuse flows that may be going off-site beyond the 100-year event to further ensure pre-development flows can be achieved. Lastly, it's important to note that the landscaped area will be increased, has been increased from our initial submission, as my friend noted earlier, again from 0.25 hectares to 0.4 hectares. I am talking quickly because there's a lot of slides and I'm trying to get through them all, so bear with me. With respect to servicing, we can confirm that the existing available water and sanitary systems are sufficient for the proposed development and that we have considered development of the lands to the east for commercial use. The functional serviceability report uses flow criteria based on the City of Peterborough engineering design standards and includes a capacity analysis completed for the nearby sanitary sewers, which have been deemed adequate. We have also confirmed existing hydrants nearby meet the required flow rate and are within 90 meters. Please note that a sprinkler system will be installed as per National Fire Protection Association Code 13. On this basis, we have confirmed that the proposed buildings will need booster pumps in their basements to boost pressure of the system to serve the sprinklers. Lastly, Siamese connections will be installed on both buildings. As part of the rezoning request, we are proposing a reduction of the residential parking requirement for the proposed development. On this basis, a parking justification study was required. The study assessed parking demands using the Institute of Traffic Engineers land use codes for multifamily housing and shopping center, along with the City of Ottawa and City of Kingston zoning bylaws. The proposed 204 residential parking spaces exceeds the ITE Ottawa and Kingston rates, with the 144 commercial spaces also exceeding the ITE Ottawa and Kingston rates. As part of our parking reduction strategy, 160 bicycle parking spaces are proposed, which is intended to meet the city's draft bike parking bylaw. The study concludes that the area has sufficient regular transit service, mature and connected pedestrian infrastructure, along with available cycling infrastructure on the spaces, and that some of the visitors to the ground floor commercial uses would be residents of the proposed development. The requested parking has been deemed appropriate. Briefly regarding traffic impact, a study of traffic count and projection volumes of 2 nearby intersections was conducted. We have confirmed there are sufficient sightlines for departing vehicles, that impact on traffic operations will be minor, and that no intersection improvements will be required. It has, however, been confirmed that a left turn lane is warranted. It is anticipated that this will be implemented through site plan control. With respect to potential noise and vibration impacts, we have prepared a study that examines 2 types of external noise sources: transportation noise from Lansdowne Street East and Ashburnham Drive, off-site stationary noise sources such as rooftop ventilation, loading docks, auto repairs, idling vehicles, drive-through speakers nearby. The off-site stationary source review included an inventory of existing commercial industrial uses. The proposed development was also reviewed on site impacts on itself, as well as the surrounding neighborhood. It was concluded that external stationary noises meet MECP criteria and no ground-borne vibration impacts were identified. On this basis, no noise control measures are required to be implemented. As a conservative measure, central air conditioning, double glazed windows, and warning clauses for occupants have been recommended. Just prior to tonight's meeting has come to our attention the nearby employment use of Stella Jones at 321 Lansdowne Street East was not previously captured by the noise and vibration impact studies, as earlier mentioned by my friend. We have had an opportunity to conduct a cursory review of that site under the assumption it consists of outdoor storage and the use of 3 forklifts operating continuously through the day, evening, and night. 10 trucks per hour enter or exit the site. 3 access doors on the main building, 2 on the west, 1 on the north. Sound power level at each door access to be 95 decibels, operating continuously for 24 hours per day. It is acknowledged that the on-site review of Stella Jones and direct information is needed to confirm our assumptions. Preliminary conclusions indicate that the sound levels from the outdoor activities are minor at the proposed development during the day, evening, and night, and that sound levels from the main building at the proposed development meet the MECP's NPC 300 criteria during the day, evening, and night. Our noise consultant wished to highlight that all sources combined, including all other sources noted in the noise impact study, are expected to meet the MECP's NPC 300 noise criteria. They also wish to highlight that a Class 4 designation, which allows the higher exclusion limits during the day and night to be considered for the development prior to for the proposed development by providing central air conditioning. This is considered conservative, as I mentioned earlier, as air conditioning warning clauses and an agreement with the source is already required. Our noise consultant confirmed that their study can be formally updated through the use of a holding symbol. In conclusion, or at the time of site plan control, and in conclusion with Peterborough planning staff has understood that any required air emissions can also be included as a requirement of the holding symbol or at site plan control, which is the owner is amenable to. Briefly regarding the urban forest, a field investigation was conducted in March 2022 to complete a tree inventory and preservation plan. Species identified during the field investigation range from Norway maples, blue spruce, ginkgo, Manitoba maple, white elm, European buckthorn, poplar, silver maple, and white ash. The project arborist acknowledged that all 21 existing trees on site are to be removed, where one of which is an invasive European buckthorn that was actually recommended for removal. On this basis, a 3-to-1 replanting ratio is recommended, which will consist of 63 tree plantings. Lastly, it is important to note that tree protection barriers will be installed during construction where needed. My friend breezed through a lot of the policy items already, so I'll just try and kick to the highlights. The lands located are within a defined settlement area, which will be the focus of growth and development. The development is within existing built-up area, which is appropriate for and efficiently uses infrastructure, which is available and avoids the need for uneconomical expansion. The proposed development will provide an appropriate range of housing options and densities to meet requirements of current and future residents. Lastly, with respect to the provincial policy statement, the proposed development will be transit supportive and provide an underrepresented housing type within the Beavermead Secondary Land Use Plan area.
Okay, we do need to wrap this up. Are you done?
I mean, I'm actually, I only have a few slides left, so I will jump to the official plan section. I just want to highlight again that the official plan, which is now in effect, that the area is a strategic growth area and major mixed-use corridor, and that is contemplated that this area will undergo a transformation from a typical automobile-oriented strip into an appealing pedestrian environment and urban profile corridor that frames the street. With respect to the draft nodes and corridors and downtown urban design guidelines, just jumping through the planning analysis that we did, the buildings reinforce the street edge. They screen the parking from the public realm. There's a transition in building height from the intersection, specifically Ashburnham Drive. We've articulated the street walls and landscape street frontages. It will be transit supportive and pedestrian oriented. And we have provided a small urban square muse at a mid-block walkway. Skip that. I just wanted to focus for a moment on the proposed rezonings. I don't think we've talked enough about that. These slides provide a visual representation of the proposed R60 district, and which we've done an analysis of. So we are proposing 90 square meter lot area per dwelling unit, 25% building coverage, which is a slight increase. We want to put in 11-story building height, which is 1 story above the permitted as of right for the R60 district. We're also working on the limiting the commercial floor area and lot coverage of the open space parking areas. I wish to highlight again that we're providing bicycle parking to meet the draft to bylaw that's not in effect yet through consultation with staff. Coming out of and working with staff, which we've been doing, I thought, quite successfully, is that we're incorporating a minimum setback of residential uses of 60 meters from the center line of the road. And so the purpose of this is to ensure the commercial units closest to Lansdowne Street will remain ground floor commercial, but it also provide us flexibility in the future in case the owner wishes to convert some of the back commercial areas furthest away from the road to residential.
Okay, we really do need to wrap this up, please.
In summary, the requested rezoning facilitates high-rise mixed-use redevelopment intensification along a major mixed-use transit corridor. It is transit supportive, pedestrian-oriented, and is located along a high-capacity arterial being Lansdowne Street East. In addition, on-road and off-road trails and bikeways are available. On the spaces, reduced parking requirements can be considered. It is important to note that the encroachment nearby employment uses is deemed appropriate by the official plan, albeit subject to appropriate compatibility studies. The requested rezoning will facilitate responsiveness and ongoing evolution of a mixed-use corridor through flexibility to convert a portion of the ground floor of each building to accommodate additional dwelling units. The proposal will also provide an underrepresented housing type and a range of dwelling unit types being 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms within the Beavermead secondary land use plan area. And lastly, the proposed redevelopment is supported by technical studies and reports and satisfies the PPS growth plan, the 2023 official plan in effect, along with the 2018 nodes and corridors urban design guidelines. Thank you for
Okay.
indulging me.
Thank you. So I did let that go on a little bit longer than usual, but I think you've answered a lot of questions in advance that could have been asked, but we still do have a couple of questions. And I think you did address some of the concerns that came to us through various letters. So I do have Councillor Burke and Councillor Hickey with questions for clarification. Go ahead, please, Councillor Burke. I saw your hand, then Councillor Hickey, and then Bob. Okay, Councillor Hickey, you're actually next.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Through you to Mr. Leger. Thank you for the presentation, riveting. Just fascinating to hear it. A projected start date for this project.
We don't have a projected start date yet. We still have to do site plan control. If you can indulge, I can ask the owner, but we don't have one yet.
Okay, so my
But
next
if you do want
question-
one, he is behind me, and so I can ask.
You can ask him.
So through you, Madam Chair, again, we don't have a start date, but it will be as soon as possible, pending all appropriate planning approvals.
So my next question was the finish date, and it will be as soon as possible also, I presume. The urban design corridor, where the setback with the 45-degree angle adjustment, was that a requirement or a guideline?
Just going to quickly flip to that slide. Normally, I don't have this opportunity to just
It's on
flip back to my slides. But this was a directive through, again, we had many consultations with staff, both multiple urban design staff, as well as the other policy planners. And so we were directed to a number of design guidelines for some neighboring municipalities, as well as the draft guidelines for the city of Peterborough. The 45-degree angular plane is not a specific, usually it's a specific requirement when you're next to low density or low rise residential development. In this case, we don't have that, which is why staff only directed us to respect the 45-degree angular plane from the street. And so essentially the purpose of that is to create a very pedestrian scale. It's just to bring down the scale of the building and diminish the presence of the street wall to the podium only, and that the upper stories are stepped back for an improved pedestrian experience.
Okay, and through you, Madam Chair. So to be clear, it was a guideline.
It's a
wasn't
guideline
requirement.
only.
Okay,
Yes, sir.
The next question, if I can, the commercial signage for this development, roughly 17,000 feet, where would that be located?
Because of the way the site is and the way the buildings will be structured, it's anticipated that the signage will be sort of as a banner on the building, so it won't be overly large. The first floor is approximately 4 meters tall or so. So between the top of the door and the top of the floor, that's where the anticipated signage will be, not too dissimilar from your where you would see like in a plaza, for example, where it's above the doorways.
Okay, and to that, the pedestrian walkway along Lansdowne Street with the trees, I guess that they won't grow high enough to block that out. That be correct?
We don't have the species selected yet to be planted, so that's to come. So this is, again, we're moving or transforming from an automobile-oriented strip where typically you have the large street front signage that's intended to be seen from cars from very far away to a pedestrian scale and urban cross-section or urban experience where the signage is going to be smaller and it won't be car oriented. Again, we're trying to facilitate the transition. So we won't have the same type of signage as you would normally see, for example, down the road or across the street, that's intended to be seen by cars from very far away.
Okay, and that solidifies my point. So thank you very much. I'll have a discussion later. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Baldwin, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, through you, and thanks to the presenter. 4 questions. Are the buildings going to be built concurrently or phased in?
We don't have that we don't have a start date yet, through you, Madam Chair. And so I just don't have that information at this time. The owner is still deciding whether he will be constructing the project himself or selling it to a developer.
Okay.
So I just don't have that information. I apologize.
I'm just curious whether you're going to start with one building and then build it and build the other one or together, but thanks. I appreciate the answer. Underground parking, will it service both buildings or will it be one underground per building?
Through you, Madam Chair, there'll be the 2 levels of underground parking, and so it will span between the buildings. So there'll be a central corridor, central elevators, and stairwells, and so it'll all be integrated underground. That you could park and say you can park wherever, and then you live in the east building, for example. So there'll be that flexibility through the corridors and stairwells and elevators.
Excellent. Through you, Madam Chair. Question 3. Are any of the apartments, the proposed apartments, are they accessible?
Through you, Madam Chair, there's a minimum requirement of the building code where a certain percentage, I believe it's 10 or 15%, are required to be accessible. So we'll certainly be meeting those benchmarks.
Thank you. And the last one, I'm just making the inference, they will be market rent apartments?
At this moment, again, with the owner in still deciding to build the project himself, and that's essentially it's intended to be market rental units at the moment.
Great.
Yes,
Thanks
sir.
for your attendance this evening. Really, really exciting project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Burke, please.
Thanks, Chair. Through you to Mr. Leger. I get it right? Is there any potential with the planning to connect to the parks behind or to connect to the trail somehow that's not just on Lansdowne?
Yeah, I think a nice actually image to look at is the last slide. That's why I kept it there. This one's a bit zoomed out. Through you, Madam Chair. So through this design exercise that was done in 2018 for the official plan update, this whole area is intended to be or contemplated to have some kind of connection. Now, obviously, it may go without saying, but in discussions with staff, it may not be exactly as envisioned. Obviously, it'll have to be adjusted as each property develops, but we are happy to work with staff on wording to facilitate the future, especially an east-west connection from the grocery store and dollar store there, which is a significant development, and through to our site. So, the road network that may be eventually built may bend in a couple of places, but that we could still have this rectilinear framework for increased connectivity in the area. So that is contemplated by their design guidelines, and we are happy to work with staff on wording to do our part to facilitate that.
Thanks. And through the chair, is the pool just to make things look really nice, or is that actually part of the real plan?
I've seen.
Through the chair, I think it would be the first of its kind in Peterborough to have an outdoor pool at a development.
Through you, Madam Chair, I've seen we're just fine tuning the formal site plan for when we're just getting our ducks in order to submit our formal site plan control application. The pool is still on the plan. So as far as I know, it's still proposed. And in fact, on the drawings, there's actually a pool house that's, for the equipment and storage of regular storage for that use.
Thanks. And then through the chair, my last question is, what's the nature of the environmental concern?
Through you, Madam Chair, could you be more specific?
Through the chair, what was found by the environmental testing that you did? I remember you said that you found
there was
some stuff offsite in the samples.
Through you, Madam Chair, there's nothing found that ended up being a concern. So the phase 2, again, they flag things that could be potential concerns. That's where there's that acronym, areas of potential environmental concern. So what they do through the phase 2 environmental site assessment is they look deeper into that. So the phase 1 is very high level. It's largely a desktop exercise. The phase 2 environmental site assessments where they actually go on the property, do test pitting, test wells, and do further assessments and satisfy their concerns. So that was done, and the concerns were alleviated through the phase 2 environmental site assessment. It was filed with the MECP, and we have received our record of site condition.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions from committee? Seeing none, I just want to follow up on the same question I asked Mr. Appleby, because I really care a lot about that leash-free dog park that we worked so hard to create, and it was done by volunteers doing the whole thing. Plus, we've planted a whole forest there. You did address some of the stormwater and low-impact development that you're planning on doing. I just need you to please acknowledge that, and I am hoping, as Councillor Burke mentioned, that there would be some access from the people who are going to live in this development to be able to go and use that beautiful area, as well as Beavermead and the trails. But are you going to make sure that we don't make the leash-free dog park in our forest too wet?
Madam Chair, we will be protecting that. We are quite far from the dog park. So it really doesn't enter into our designs at all. That's how far away we are. So it will be protected on that basis of pure separation distance. And again, we're looking forward to participate in the future connectivity of this area. And again, we're just very happy to work with staff on some of that wording. It can get a little tricky when it comes to the legal aspects of that kind of thing, but we're very much looking forward to seeing that, and me professionally as a planner and urban designer.
Okay, thank you very much. Last call for any questions. Seeing none. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, we will move into debate. Does somebody want to move the recommendations? Councillor Duguay? Yes, sir, you have the floor.
Thank you. I'm prepared to move the staff recommendation. I note that this application pursuant to our new official plan now only requires a zoning bylaw amendment, that it is relying upon a zoning district, which is available through our zoning bylaw. I do note the comments from Stella Jones, an industrial land use to the south and east of the subject property. You consider some of the maps that were shown during Mr. Legier's presentation. Stella Jones property it's not just the former Trentwood site, but it's that entire corridor is being established that can be developed for mixed residential commercial purposes. It's not just this one site, it's the entire corridor. And that was a matter that would have been subject to public consultation. And it would have been appropriate that that industrial employer likely have advanced their concerns at that time. So it would in fact involve the property in front of them, directly in front of them, and all the properties across the street, just as in context. I have considered the two letters, the other letter of objection from or concern from North American that speaks to the proximity of the building to the street and how it relates to the public realm. I have considered the plans, our own urban design guidelines, and I'm satisfied that this building does achieve a good balance between built form and the street and what would be considered public realm. And with respect to Councillor Parnell, Chair Parnell, to your concerns about the dog park, I expect access from that into this property likely will be appropriately addressed when the Ashburnham Drive properties to the west of this property come on board. But I'm satisfied that the site is designed appropriately, can be serviced properly, and is the very important beginning to the realization of the Lansdowne Street East mixed residential corridor. Thank you. I did move it. Yep.
So we have a mover, and yes, Councillor Riel, you're next, please.
Chair, certainly this is another great news story for Ashburnham. The Board of Ashburnham, certainly I attended the meeting on the 6th of June. We had a number of people attend, and certainly I think the presentation, as you've seen tonight, but there spoke volumes of what the proponent has. Here's a piece of property that has had a storied history, but then is laid vacant for a number of years, and this is just something they're building off it. When you see the what's happening on Lansdowne Street East, this is the start of a huge development that could always extend all the way out. And certainly, I think it bodes well for the owner and certainly the developer of what they want to do here in Ashburnham. I wholly approve of it. My counterpart couldn't make it that night because of another commitment, but certainly I passed on to him that what some of the comments were made from the business community that was there, but also the neighbors that came to view what was happening in their neighborhood and certainly along Lansdowne Street. I can only voice again, I think this is a great development. It's great for the city of Peterborough. It meets our needs for the housing that we need for the city of Peterborough. But it's it's a beautiful looking building. A lot of thought has gone into it. A lot of things or amenities that they put into it shows there's a lot of thought that went into this development. It's just it isn't something that's thrown together. It's something that's going to enhance Lansdowne Street East and certainly the city of Peterborough.
Okay, well said. Thank you. Mayor Leal, please.
Yeah, thanks very much, Madam Chair. I just want to thank Mr. Malakos for having confidence in Peterborough to move this very exciting project forward.
Thank you. Any further comments? No. Okay, I too endorse this. I'm happy to see it come forward. It's the kind of housing that we definitely need. We need all types of housing. This is a significant step towards a goal that we've all agreed to try to accomplish on behalf of our citizens. And I would like to see shovels in the ground as soon as possible, and not that it's just up for sale for a couple of years and nothing really happens. We need shovels in the ground on this project and many more. So I'll be voting in favor. And so I will call for a vote. Thank you, and that passes unanimously. Thank you. Oh, back to you, Mr. Chair.
Great. Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate that. So we do have one presentation this evening, Government Relations Matter, and I believe we have Mrs. McDougall-Perrin who will be presenting. Welcome.
All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. As mentioned, my name is Sarah McDougall-Perrin, and I am energized to be the City of Peterborough's new Government Relations Advisor. I have greatly enjoyed our conversations in my first few weeks in the role, and very much am looking forward to additional conversations we have set up to talk about our work in government relations together. Tonight, I'm thrilled to kick off a recurring series of presentations to support that work, and this will be a regular standalone item moving forward. These regular presentations are intended to provide a high-level synopsis of public policy initiatives and announcements from other levels of government. They are also intended to support our strategic and proactive government relations efforts. And the intention here is to support Council's awareness of decisions, announcements, and trends of intergovernmental work that matters to us here in Peterborough. Each time we will walk through items of note since the previous iteration. And for tonight, we've had a very busy November on the intergovernmental landscape, so let's dig in. First, as you are aware, on November 21st, the federal government released their Fall Economic Statement, or FES. You will have seen the memo sent out from CAO Reyna's office to summarize the key elements of the document. At a high level for tonight, Minister of Finance, Chrystia Freeland, released the federal FES, and as expected, the focus was on housing, affordability, homelessness, and mental health. A few of the key highlights included housing-related expenditures, which included an additional $15 billion over 10 years through the Apartment Construction Loan Program, and $1 billion for the Affordable Housing Fund, both starting in 2025-26. And starting in 24-25, there will be $50 million over 3 years to support municipal enforcement of short-term rental restrictions. The federal government will also introduce legislation to establish the Department of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities, which is currently Infrastructure Canada. And the intention is to clarify the department's role when it comes to improving housing outcomes. We'll want to keep our eyes on that in terms of roles and responsibilities with our federal partners. Following the release of the Federal Fall Economic Statement, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, or FCM, released a statement with a mixed response. While he recognized new loans for rental housing, grants for affordable housing, and some of the other housing-related measures, FCM expressed concern that the response was not commensurate with the challenge. So we will likely be hearing intensified calls for more ambitious federal funding for community infrastructure from this group in their pre-budget advocacy work. In a similar vein, Ontario Big City Mayors, which is the group, of course, that represents cities with populations over 100,000 people, also commended the federal government for the new loans, and at the same time called for new long-term sustainable federal funding for municipal infrastructure. Continuing with federal announcements, there was a shared announcement between the federal and provincial government that relates to a resolution that Council passed just last week. The Federal Minister for Women and Gender Equality and Youth and the Provincial Minister of Children, Community and Social Services announced a bilateral agreement regarding gender-based violence. We heard one of the delegations last week reference this announcement. So the federal government will be investing $162 million over 4 years to support relevant programs. For Ontario, this will likely represent enhancements to existing programs and services. And this is one of many bilateral agreements that the federal government is putting into play. To the provincial government now. At the beginning of the month, Ontario released their fall economic statement. As part of that document, the province announced the creation of a new Ontario Infrastructure Bank, which will be an arm's length, board-governed body or agency focused on large-scale infrastructure projects. It appears that at the beginning, projects will be long-term care homes, affordable housing, and infrastructure, and the municipal sector will be included here. More details, including what the minimum threshold for these projects will be, those details will be forthcoming. And on the theme of housing, the province is removing the provincial portion of the HST, like the federal government did on their side when it comes to new purpose-built rental housing. Finally, Invest Ontario will receive an additional $100 million to attract more leading companies to the province. In a related announcement, also in support of housing, the Provincial Minister of Infrastructure announced a new fund focusing on housing enabling water systems. At this point, the details are quite high level, but we do know that the fund will provide $200 million over 3 years, and municipalities are a focus. Based on our conversations with colleagues in the Ministry of Infrastructure, we will find more about eligible projects and what the guidelines are at the end of 2023 or beginning of 2024, so very soon. In response to the provincial feds, the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, or AMO, expressed general support for the two key items that we just discussed, those being the Housing Enabling Water Systems Fund, as well as the Ontario Infrastructure Bank. And for both of those programs, AMO expressed an interest in learning more and being at the table to flesh out what those details might be from a municipal perspective. Last week, the Minister of Municipal Affairs and Housing convened Ontario's first annual housing forum in Toronto. More than 75 organizations, including municipal partners, attended. Before the forum, we confirmed with the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing that individual municipalities were not invited to attend. Rather, due to constraints on lists of attendees, AMO, Roma, and other municipal organizations were invited to represent municipalities. The key topic of discussion, of course, was how relevant partners can continue to get more shovels in the ground sooner. And notably, the province shared that they are developing a modular housing framework to position Ontario as a leader in innovative housing construction. The Government of Ontario announced a new $5 million community emergency preparedness grant. Minister Carolyn Mulrooney made this announcement, and the purpose of the grant is to help communities purchase critical emergency equipment and supplies. City staff submitted an application before the November 30th deadline, and we're seeking support for a full $50,000 grant to support our police, fire, and emergency services teams. So we anticipate hearing back on this application in March. One other quick FYI from Queen's Park, there is a new Lieutenant Governor. The Honorable Edith Dumont was recently installed in the role and is the first Francophone LG. The LG plays a key role in ceremonial tasks and represents the King in the province. Closer to home with our partners in the county, CAO Reyna reached out to CAOs of both the county of Peterborough and the 4 neighboring townships to set up individual meetings. We'll be looking to have collaborative conversations to better understand each township's growth plans and challenges and how we can collaborate for mutual benefits. So very much looking forward to those discussions. And finally, the Council of the Federation, as you likely know, is the forum through which Canada's premiers meet on a consistent basis. In November, the premiers, including Ontario's premiers, met in Nova Scotia to talk about a number of priorities included in their communique, which is published at the end of the event. They called on the federal government for predictable and federal funding to support provincial and territorial governments in the full spectrum of infrastructure challenges and priorities. They also emphasized the need for collaboration with other levels of government. So I want to thank you very much for the opportunity to summarize key updates from other levels of government for the month of November and to begin this series of presentations. Very happy to take any questions if you have any. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much for that presentation. Councillor Baldwin?
Mr. Chair, it's not a question, but I want to thank Ms. Perrin for our conversation last week. I want to thank you for your presentation tonight, giving us a high-level look at what's going on in the greater context. And I very much look forward to your monthly presentations. This has been excellent. Thank you.
Through the chair. Thanks so much, Councillor. I appreciate that.
Thank you very much. Any further questions? Great. Thanks again. Appreciate it. All right, 15A1, 2024 meeting schedule and procedure bylaw update. Councillor Reel?
Through the chair to Mr. Freeman, a couple of questions. Who was consulted on these changes? And what is the reason for the changes?
Mr. Chairman, the changes being proposed here in the report this evening are being brought to you by the senior leadership team here at the city. There's a couple of things. First of all, it's a culmination of feedback that we've been receiving in conversations with individual members of council. And that certainly is the case in terms of the finance committee and how it can be rolled into the general committee to make the meetings more efficient. Mr. Chairman, in terms of the rhythm, in terms of a committee meeting and then a council meeting, that's to move forward with city business sooner and be dealing with items on the agenda as opposed to having the cycle be the whole month. We can in fact move forward with items sooner rather than later and have 2 council meetings during the month. So we think that there's a good rhythm here being put forward. And we're excited actually to be embarking upon this new schedule.
Through the chair to Mr. Freeman, I would think instead of sidebar conversations with individual councillors, I mean, this should have been a meeting of all the councillors together to discuss what it is, because if I look at this here, the reason that we went to 2 break and 1 was for the public, for them to have a break, for them to review, and then for them to come to council and ask their questions. That seems to be, when I look at this here, there's a huge change. I can understand what you're saying to get the business done faster, but you've taken the community out of what council is all about. So there's been a departure from what the original intent was when we went from, instead of meetings every week, to have that break, that would give the community itself a time to gather their thoughts, to make their questions and then come and make a presentation. So any reflection on the comments that I just made?
Mr. Chairman, I hear the comments. I mean, certainly the schedule does allow for that consultation to take place with elected officials and constituents and gives time for members of the public to digest the information on the agenda. Of course, the agendas are always published in advance of the meetings taking place, so members of the public have a heads up in terms of what business will be discussed. As well, they hear the dialogue and the debate that takes place at committee and the questions asked of staff, if there are any. And then it does allow then the remainder of the week until the next Monday for any further questions that individuals can ask their ward councillors, and those councillors can reach out to senior staff.
To the chair, I mean, I'll move the report, but I'm just cautioning that I think there's going to be some pushback from the community, because they have told us that we're not transparent. And I'm all for transparency. I'm just saying we could get some blowback here from changing the schedule, from people saying my rights to come here to council as a taxpayer are being violated. I'm just cautioning you on that. But I've said what I've had to say, and I will want more dialogue between staff and council when decisions like this are made. Sorry. One-on-one or just sidebar doesn't cut it with me.
Thank you, Councillor Reel, for that. Moved by Councillor Reel. I have Councillor Purnell, Burke, Baldwin. Councillor Purnell.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay.
Chair. I was actually hoping to move this report myself, but with a couple of changes. There hasn't been proper consultation with us as council before this schedule came out, and there's some significant changes that they may not seem that big of a deal, but they really are precedent setting. I know there was some conversations. Do we go to daytime meetings? Do we go to a Tuesday night? And those did not work for certain members of council, especially those of us who have day jobs. And that's important that we keep this forum open for the next election for people who actually work in the day to be able to take on this part-time job and be able to meet at night and not have to give up. And this year alone proposed 4 vacation days. If you only have 10 vacation days in a year, and now all of a sudden you have to give up 4 of them to go to budget meetings or training sessions, that is significant family time away, and also decompression time. We all work constantly at this part-time job and really take it to heart. So I can we adapt? Yes, we can. Will it cost some of us wages and vacation time? Yes, it will. Could it very well deter other working class citizens who are not retired or who have a flexibility or work part-time to pursue this community service? I think it would be a barrier to a lot of people to have to give up full days of employment or vacation time to sit in budget meetings. I know it's tiring to do the budget the way we're doing it, but that's the expectation when we all ran for this role in this term. And usually when we make changes like this, it is for the next term. So when you run, you know what your time obligation is going to be. So I would prefer if Councillor Rail would consider it a friendly amendment, that the council approve the 2024 council meeting schedule for January, February only, so we could do proper consultation amongst us to find out how we want to handle the finance meetings. And I know some people are fine with it. Some people are fine with taking their vacation days, but maybe others aren't. It might just be too much to ask with short notice. And also the 5:30 p.m. start versus the 6, we're already being called in earlier on Mondays, almost always for closed session or special meetings. And for some people around the table, that is loss of income. If you're not at work, you don't get paid. Right. And 6 o'clock is what we were expecting when we ran for this position. And it also gives people in the community, as Councillor Reel mentioned, an opportunity to get home from their jobs and be able to tune in or attend delegations at the appropriate meetings. So Councillor Reel, would you consider that a friendly amendment, that is approve the 2024 council schedule for January, February only, and that the start date remain at 6?
Gonna accept that. I think if you're
No.
gonna do it, you're gonna do it, so.
Okay, so, Mr. Clerk, is it best for the counselor to bring forth, that amendment or to vote down the main motion? And if it loses, reintroduce with these changes?
Well, Mr. Chair, I think amendment is an option, and also if the councillor wishes to wait to determine if the vote was lost, then there's an opportunity to reintroduce something additional.
Okay, so it's up to you, Councillor Pellin. Did you want to move an amendment or did you want to vote the main motion down and reintroduce if it loses?
Well, I'm not sure of the vote count ahead of time, but I'll try the amendment and
Okay.
see where we go. I'll actually make it January, February, March to give us a little bit of leeway to actually do a proper consultation around the table, bearing in mind that a lot of us are not retired. And that we retain the 6 p.m. start date, knowing that quite often we are called in early anyway for closed session or special meetings.
Okay, so we'll make that amendment. We'll approve it for January, February, March, allowing for proper consultation for the rest of 2024 and 6 p.m. start date for general committee. So that's what's being amended. So speaking to that, I have Councillor Burke, Baldwin, and DeGay and La Chica. So Councillor Burke, so do you want to speak to that? Again, this is just the amendment, not the main motion right now. That So we'll do one amendment at a time. So the first amendment we're speaking to is that we approve the 2024 council meeting schedule for January, February, March, just the first 3 months. That will allow proper consultation for the remainder of the year. So just speaking to that right now, Councillor Burke?
Yeah, I mean, I think I support that in principle. Through the chair, I think that this is the precursor to a conversation that you'll definitely be hearing being brought up for me when it comes to look at council remuneration, because I think that the energy and effort that we put into this job, into this life, is hard to measure, and it can be measured by people that have a job, but it can also be measured by people that are retired. And I think that by more fairly compensating us for the energy and effort and time that we put into this, it will make decisions like this when we have to switch around our schedule much easier. I've often thought how crazy it is that we make some of the decisions that we do at 11:30, 12 at night after a 6-hour meeting. I don't think that that's prudent. I would be in favor of dedicating an earlier start time and all of us just dedicating that day to doing this business. So I think that it's a good option to have the couple months with the new schedule while we have time to consult and figure out something that works for all of us.
All right, thank you, Councillor Burke. Speaking just to that amendment, Councillor Baldwin?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, just a question, if I might, through you to the councillor. With respect to consultation, are you, Councillor Purnell, are you talking about consultation amongst councillors or with the general public?
Through you, Mr. Chair, you raise a good point, Councillor Baldwin. Initially, I was thinking that we were not even consulted about how that would affect our families or our work schedules, where we make our income. But I think Councillor Rial raised a valid point about with the public having the notice. That was the intention of that gap week, was to allow people more time to find out what was on the schedule, what was on the agenda, so they could do their research and sign up as delegates. I think we could do both. I think if we're approving it for the 3 months, we could do a simple doodle poll with us even, and put a survey on our city website. I think that's doable and wouldn't cost. We don't need consultants or anything. It's a simple survey and a communication piece.
Councillor Baldwin?
Well, Mr. Chair, the reason I asked the question is that there's been a lot of councillor consultation this weekend leading up to tonight. So I don't see necessarily the need for additional councillor consultation. I'm not sure a survey amongst councillors to get consultation is something I would support, because as you well know, Councillor Purnell, many of us were having discussions this weekend leading up to tonight. That would be the councillor consultation, and it didn't necessarily involve staff. So I know where you're going with it, but I would see it more for the public consultation, not consultation amongst councillors. We're a pretty tight-knit group anyway in terms of 11 individuals around the table. So I'll just leave it at that right now. But I'd like to hear what other people had to say, but I was just trying to get some clarification around, consultation. And I don't see it being a survey amongst councillors, to be quite honest. Let's have a discussion amongst ourselves in two groups, so we don't have a full meeting, but I think that can be better done talking together face to face than by a survey, for example. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Bunce. So just speaking to that particular amendment, Councillor Duguay, Burke and Reel. Councillor Duguay.
Thank you, Chair Beamer. I can't support the amended motion. I've considered this schedule in some detail, and I find that it will achieve efficiencies. I've noted there's two dates contemplated for budgetary purposes. My recollection of our most recent budget meetings, we had one member of the public attended in person our meetings. Now, many persons chimed in and followed our meetings by virtual means, which is welcomed. The persons that attended and presented during our budget deliberations all were employees of agencies, organizations, and departments. Asking them to do the self-same task during the day in a more productive manner for all concerned, staff as well as council and public, I think we are providing a better service to our community. Moreover, to my colleague Keith, Councillor Real, I looked at the schedule around timing when we may or may not consult the public, but my experience, whilst I don't have the tenure as many have at this table, this consultation with the public goes on 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It's constant. And I'm not certain it's dictated or regulated or controlled by virtue of when we meet. I look at this schedule as a welcome and necessary change, and it's generally consistent with many cities that I work with when I'm not at council in my professional life. And frankly, many of those self-same cities do not meet at night. They meet during the day. We're still beholden to a Monday evening meeting, which I appreciate. We're asking 5:30 start, and if I counted it, it's 19 times on our general committee meetings. I think this is a welcomed means of efficiency, and I think it goes towards better serving ourselves, staff, and our public. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Councillor Duguay. Speaking to the amendment, Councillor Burke for a second time.
Yeah, through the chair, to Mr. Freeman, what are other municipalities doing that are the same size as us that have council that's working part-time?
Mr. Chairman, and I'll invite my staff colleagues and including Mr. Kennedy if he wants to jump in here, but it's been our experience in reaching out to other municipal peers that they are transitioning to more daytime meetings, to meetings earlier in the day. And I think, and I mean, we've just been through and some of the councillors have made note of the extended conversations around budget deliberations and the weightiness of those decisions that are happening in the late hours of the evening, and just not sure if that's the best approach. And this schedule before you gives, in the case of the budget meetings, months of notice in advance of when those daytime meetings would be happening. So anyway, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Burke.
I mean, I think I appreciate the through the chair, Mr. Freeman's comments, and I think I'm not going to die on this hill, but from the healthy conversation tonight, I think that it couldn't hurt to look at this in a bit of a more thoughtful way about what's going to work best for us and the public and all of the layers that are attached to that. I think that would be helpful, but I think personally I'm in favor of the 2-week schedule of having the general committee and then a council meeting. For me personally, it'll help me having to go back at the end of the month and try to remember and dig back into my notes about everything we've done that month, and that will be better for me, the way that I function. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Councillor Burke. Councillor Reel, speaking to the amendment.
To the chair, I've had a sober second thought here. I think I will be supporting Councillor Purnell. I think there needs to be a look at that window that she's given. I think you need to look at this here. I think the points that I made, I think are valid. And so I will be supporting the friendly amendment.
All right, thank you. The amendment. Thank you, Councillor Reel. Councillor LaChica.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'm going to be speaking along with those councillors who feel like this is a welcome change. I think the argument that the general committee council meeting model. I agree. It lends to the immediacy of the work that we're doing in governance and the freshness of what we've reviewed the previous week. Will make better decisions for governance. I feel like the spread between general committee at the top of the month and the council meeting and a late night getting through all those general committees week after week does not lend to the best for governance and policy making and decision making. I think that's what we each need to be asking. What will make our work more efficient? What will make it more thoughtful and expedient and with our freshest, brightest minds at the table together? I think that we all have very different, unique circumstances as counselors in terms of our work, in terms of our life. If we were in our 20s and 30s and we're young parents with young children, an evening meeting would be very difficult. So I think we need to look at this through an equity lens and the fact that we all have very unique circumstances, and that when we want to do this work and campaign for these positions, that we need to consider that we want to uphold what is best in terms of governance and decision making. So I think that this is bright, this is fresh, and I think that it's considering what's a best practice in other cities that are trying to get work done quickly and efficiently for the crises that we have in our landscape. So I'll not be supporting the amendment, but would like to support the motion as it stands. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any further comments or questions? All right, moved by Councillor Purnell. We'll take a vote on the amendment, the First Amendment. And that is lost. All right, we'll go to the Second Amendment. And the Second Amendment is that general committee meetings start at 6 p.m. Council meetings will remain at 6, but general committee meetings start at 6 p.m. So that's the Second Amendment. So speaking to the Second Amendment. Councillor Burke.
Is there any, could I make an amendment to the Second Amendment that we move them to have to, it was set up to start at 5:30 and it's being asked to start at 6, is that correct?
That's going to be the amendment. So they're starting at 5:30. The amendment is they'll start at 6, same time as council. All right, moved by Councillor Purnell. We'll take a vote on the Second Amendment. Second Amendment. Right to bear arms. And that is carried. All right, so we're back to the main motion. So A is the same, that the schedules for the entire year, and B has been changed to 6 p.m. Is that right, Mr. Clerk? So any comments or questions to the main motion now? Back to the main motion. Councillor Rilla, are you still comfortable moving? Okay, Councillor LaChica speaking to the new main motion.
Thank you. Just some supplemental thoughts. To the point that we haven't been consulted, I think that there has been opportunity to consult, as a previous councillor has said, as we do informally and by phone and email to councillor, and we've been thinking about changes along the way, and this is the opportunity for our dialogue, for our consultation with each other. Sometimes. We do things tentatively when something new like this comes forward, but I think doing the rest of the year's schedule makes sense for our lives and for the planning. I think we do well to do it in one sweep and really give it an honest try. So I think it's a smart looking calendar, and it might not be perfect for any of us because we all do have unique circumstances, but I think it's worthy of a try, and it makes good sense in terms of governance. I'll be supporting this. Thank you.
Any further comments or questions? All right, moved by Councillor Rill. We'll take a vote on the main motion, A and B. It shows that you're out of eScribe, but I know that sometimes. Okay, so a no. And that is carried. Okay, on to the next one, September 30th, 2023 financial report. Councillor Lachika.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Appreciating this report very much, and thank you to Commissioner Freeman and standing as our CAO tonight too in terms of these questions. I just under Schedule 2, which starts on page 52, the summary of departmental net operating expenses. I just a couple of points that I highlighted that I wouldn't mind just pointing out as important for our thinking going forward. Just the parking revenue piece. During our budget discussions, we talked about our shortfall in parking revenue and just how important it is, and what I think is a good idea to be talking about our revenue streams and thinking about a new way to possibly include weekend and evening parking, or just an alternative lens on how we can increase our revenue streams for our taxpayers, so we can think about our budget planning going forward. So that was a reminder to me of how important that is. Secondly, I just had some questions under the Ontario Nuclear Emergency Management Program Transfer Fund. It's wonderful that we got the 66,774. That application was approved. That's amazing because we need this. And I just had some questions about the host community designation that we have. First of all, number one, how long have we been a host community, Mr. Freeman?
Oh, Mr. Chairman, I'm not sure if I could answer that without Ms. Noble. I might have to get back to members of council. It has been quite some time that the city of Peterborough has been a designated host municipality. That is not recent. I would think that goes back a decade or more, but I'm happy to, and Mr. Noble might be just reaching out to me momentarily here. And I'll let members of council know as soon as I find out.
Okay, thank you for that. And just supplemental, and as new counselors, some of this information is important, and anything that we can get in terms of how it operates, public information on this, and if there are any changes, it would be great to have those communications come forward to council. And I'm also curious, does the annual funding from the province as a host community, does it change, or is it a static amount that comes by year after year? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, it is a fairly static amount. It is in the range or neighborhood of about $25,000, if memory serves me correctly, and I believe it has been that for quite some time. To your comments, though, on more of a positive vein, the funding that's being mentioned here in the report, we do anticipate receiving that annually, and we have penciled in the 2024 budget an amount of $50,000. Hopefully, we're hopeful that we will receive that funding, and it will be on an ongoing basis.
And supplemental, is that the funding that was applied for that has the November 30th guideline as brought forward earlier?
That is correct, Mr. Chairman.
I'm just curious if that 66,000 employing the extra emergency staff person, will counselors, all of us, be receiving dynamic information and training so that we are privy to any emergency management just strategies, policies, decision making going forward for Peterborough?
Mr. Chairman, and on an ongoing basis, staff do provide training to members of council. I believe that there was an event that took place in 2022 at the Emergency Operations Center. I do not believe that if all members of council were able to attend or not, but periodically, certainly staff will be providing council training. Thank you.
Thank you. And just one last point. So certainly that will be increasing. I know that some of us were eager to get that, And certainly with the extra staffing and the funding for that kind of thing, we'll be able to experience that, all of us. Thanks.
And are
Mr. Chairman, if I could
Yeah.
just, Ms. Noble is getting back to me on Teams here. She says we've been a host municipality since the 80s. Mr. Doris was actually mayor of Peterborough at that time.
Thank you for that, Mr. Freeman.
And Councillor LaChica, are you comfortable moving that report?
Happy to do that. Thank you.
Perfect. I have Councillor Burke and Parnell. Councillor Burke?
Through the chair to Mr. Freeman, I'm on page 4 of the report about the parking. And I just want to clear up because I've been doing a lot of work with Commissioner Papadakos, and I'm on the board of the DBIA. And there seems to be a bit of a disconnect when we have these discussions in public about parking garages. You know, it said here that there's fewer visitors to the downtown, and there's mention of COVID, when in fact, I think the reason for the vacancy and the shortfall in revenue has been that some long-standing contracts have not been relooked at. I think there's, to give you an example, on the DBIA, there's many landlords that have, you know, mile-long waiting lists from tenants of downtown apartments waiting to find parking. You know, when you go downtown during peak hours, you can't find a spot. And I just hope that we don't just look at it as there's fewer people coming to downtown or this is the lingering effect of COVID. There are people that want those spots. There are people that want those memberships to have monthly parking in our parking garages. So I look forward to continuing to work on what that looks like. But I think it's unfair the way that it was phrased on that page.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for those comments, and in hearing the comments from the councillor, I fully intend to circle back to Mr. Papadakos, and he and I can have an offline conversation about how to make sure that if there's our concerns there, that we would address those. Thank you.
And the Commissioner Papadakos has been really helpful with dealing with some of those concerns that have filtered through that liaison committee and other experiences. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burke. Councillor Parnell?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Obviously, we're going to pass this report, but I just wanted to point out how critical it is, and this will come up again later in the discussion tonight, how absolutely critical it is for us to protect non-tax revenues that we need to be able to count on coming into the city. This report on page 2 it's 51 of the whole agenda, 2 of the report, highlights revenue that we are losing out on. Sure, we ended up, $470,000 ahead on supplementary tax revenue. That's the good news. The bad news is even investment income down $700,000. Provincial offenses revenue down almost $400,000. Parking revenue almost $2 million, $1.9 million actually. Recycling revenue down $1.47 million. Landfill tipping fees down $500,000. Building fee revenue down $32,000. And that these are things that were included in our budget. This is revenue that was included in our budget that we needed to operate the city and supply all the services we're obligated to supply, and capital that we definitely need to be investing in constantly. So when we have situations like this, we have to make sure that when there's other opportunities, which we definitely have already, we have to protect that non-tax revenue going forward, not mess around with it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Parnell. Any further comments or questions? All right, moved by Councillor LaChica. We'll take a vote. Yay. Thanks, Leslie. Just slow. And that is carried. So I did make a mistake. I forgot to receive for information the government relations matters update. So moved by Councillor Baldwin. Thank you, Councillor Baldwin, to receive the information provided by Ms. McDougall-Perrin. So we'll vote on that in e-scribe. And that is carried. All right. 15A4, budget amendments, abatement and demolition, Mervyn Line, Councillor Burke.
Just had a question. Is it Chair Beamer, the question I had was about the procurement. I was really surprised to see that on the long list of bidders on the project. None of them were local. In some of the meetings that I've had with builders, there's been talk about how to engage more local tradespeople in these jobs. So I just very lightly wanted to ask through you to staff about the explanation for that. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, all of the competitive bids are advertised on a web platform called Bids and Tenders. So it goes out, of course, across Ontario, or well, to anyone. I mean, that is connected, and that the platform is very common amongst municipalities in terms of posting competitive bids. I'm not sure if I have a great explanation as to why on this particular bid there's not local participants. That could be that they are simply doesn't fit into their work schedule. But I just will leave it at that.
Right, Councillor Burke.
Is there work through the chair? Is there work that's done to make sure that we're connecting with local builders and tradespeople about their experience with the bids and tenders platform that you just outlined?
Mr. Chairman, certainly we are in contact with local suppliers all the time, and you know, local contractors routinely bid and are awarded city contracts. So just again, I'll leave it at that.
I think, you know, I'll say that there is the story and the myth that they all pass each other at a certain point on the 407. Everyone from Peterborough going out of town to work and everyone coming here. So thank you.
All right, can I have a mover for this recommendation? Moved by Councillor Burke. Any comments or questions? We'll take a vote. And that is carried. All right. 15A5, renaming a portion of Hillside. Councillor Hakey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and through you to, I'm not sure if it's Mr. Papadakos or not. A question, what will happen to the section of road allowance between Cochrane Crescent and Hillside eventually? What is the plan on that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would say at this time there is no definitive plan as to what would take place with that. However, you'll recall there is a proposed environmental assessment for transportation solutions in this area that would, I would imagine, would look at what that is and establish whether or not there should be a connection there or something at a future date.
Okay, and if we approve the budget, that I believe is in there for this, for 24, correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's correct.
Thank you very much.
All right, moved by Councillor Hakey. Any comments or questions? We'll take a vote. And that is carried. Kawartha Heights Boulevard and Denier Drive all-way stop. Councillor Crowley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So back in May or June of last year, I received a petition from a group of residents up off the Denier and Kawartha Heights area, and they requested that we put a stop sign at the corner of Kawartha Heights and Denier, hence the report. But I want to thank Mr. Nelson and Mr. Malin for coming up with the report. It's got a ton of detail in it. I do want to submit a motion that we, if it's possible, Mr. Clerk, to let's just see, that we actually place a three-way stop at the corner of Kawartha Heights and Denier. I know the recommendation in the report is to not do it, but based on the outcry from the residents of the area, I would submit that, I would like to submit that as a motion if possible. So, so the recommendation is, well, I was going to say that an always stop not be implemented at the intersection of Kawartha Heights and Denier. Yeah, could we change that so that the motion would be that an always stop and be implemented at the intersection of Kawartha Heights Boulevard and Denier? Is that the motion?
Oh, thanks, Mr. Chair. Just if it's, the intent was to do an amending motion. Amending motion
Okay.
cannot be contrary to a main motion. So I just advise council of that as you decide your motion.
Okay.
Thank you.
What,
So what we could do, Councilor Crowley, is have someone else move the motion in front of us that not have a four-way stop. You oppose it, and if it loses, then you can bring forth your motion. Is that all right?
fair enough.
So can I have a mover of the recommended motion that not all moved by Councillor DeGay? So Councillor Crowley, what you'll do is you'll vote against this main motion. And if it loses, then I'll come to you for the change. So right now what we have is move that that an always stop not be implemented. Moved by Councillor DeGay. Speaking, Councillor DeGay.
If I might, I'm not certain which staff member, perhaps Acting Commissioner Papadakis, if this four-way stop were implemented, what would be the cost for installation? Approximately.
Through Mr. Chair, probably around $5,000.
Thank you.
All right, any further speakers to the main motion? All right, moved by Councillor DeGay. We'll take a vote. And that is carried. And just that bylaw, I just have it up 20, yeah, contrary to the main motion, a motion to amend shall not be in order if it is contrary to the main motion. So that's why we did it that way, but you made a good point. You're good. That was good. All right, moving on, 14A7, mixed use corridors, urban design guidelines. Councillor DeGay.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Beamer. I'd like to start off by thanking my councillor colleague Parnell for some of recent discussions we've had with and Councillor Hakey, discussions we've had around urban design guidelines and their applicability in our overall planning process. And tonight we had occasion to consider probably one of the first mixed residential commercial projects, which benefited from, firstly, our new official plan, and secondly, benefited from guidance and information from what could be our urban design guidelines. Now, in these very chambers, I had expressed some concerns previously, some trepidation about the necessity for guidelines amidst all the other tools we'll have available in our planning process. A new official plan, potentially secondary plans for these strategic growth areas, a new zoning bylaw, possibly community improvement plans. But we saw tonight a development from my perspective that benefits from the combination of a new official plan and the prospect of new urban design guidelines. I know there has been some expression of concern made known to some councillors from the development community about the reach of these guidelines. Could they become more than guidelines and become regulations? And that is my understanding through extensive dialogue with Mr. Appleby, or Director Appleby, that that would not be the case. And to help council understand that our official plan already has language which governed how the Lansdowne Street property, 264 Lansdowne Street, needed to be redeveloped. The language is in our official plan. It's been expressed to me that the guidelines are really will become a non-statutory tool to help inform development, and that we can and I'd be prepared to advance a slight tweak to our staff recommendation. We can ask for a report back to tell us how this is working, like beyond 264 Lansdowne Street, how this is actually working. And if it works, excellent. And if we find there are matters that we need to change, then we're in a position we can make those changes. Mr. Clerk, would it be appropriate at this time, or Mr. Chairman, that I introduce the amended motion?
Yeah, if you can, if you could read it out kindly, and I know, yeah, read it out.
And thank you for that preamble. Like our previous planner here, I was going to take a half an hour to get to the point, but
No, that's good. So yeah, read her out.
Here we go. That council approve the amended recommendations outlined in report IPG PL 23-006 dated December 4, 2023 of the Commissioner of Infrastructure, Planning and Growth Management, that's an acting capacity, as follows. Firstly, that report IPG PL 23-006 be received for information as information. Secondly, that the mixed use corridors urban design guidelines attached as Appendix A to report IPG PL 23-002 attached as Appendix A to the concerned report be adopted, and then the following language is being introduced to provide a non-statutory visualization of the city's intent for urban design to promote official plan conformity. C, that the Director of Planning, Development, and Urban Design be authorized to consolidate the central area urban design guidelines and mixed use corridor urban design guidelines if it is determined by staff that consolidating the documents will enhance the clarity and usability of the guidelines. And fourthly, and this would be in addition, that staff report to council within 2 years of the mixed use corridors urban design guidelines adoption to evaluate their performance and inform options for enhancement. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
So that's the new main motion. We are going to, okay, so there it is there. And I think in bold are the changes. So
that is correct.
So speaking to that, and everyone may want just to take 30 seconds to read it, but that's the new main motion, A, B, C, and D. So any speakers to that? Oh, actually, sorry, I had my list here. Sorry. Councillor Reel, Burke, and Hakey. So Councillor, you're okay? Okay, Councillor Burke, and then Hakey.
Chair Beamer, is this the right time to ask staff some questions?
Yeah, for sure.
Thanks. Through you. Where was I gonna go? Through you to Commissioner Papadakos. My first question is about the gateways, and I understand that would be the city's responsibility to define the gateways, maybe with some sculpture as was presented. Is there a way to take from development charges and for the city to create a fund to help support funding these gateways?
Through you, Mr. Chair, my initial answer would be no, and I'd ask Mr. Appleby to supplement if there's anything you want to add there on the on that question.
If you're comfortable, you can just come to the main mic. We'll get those fixed. Thanks, Brad.
So the way that, through the chair, the way that I understood it was that the city, in creating these gateways to the different areas, would be responsible for what that looks like. And I'm asking, my question A is, how do we fund that? And then B, is there a way to fund it through taking some of the development charges and putting it into projects like that, projects like public art, projects like parks that are going to be developed in these areas? That's my first question.
Through the chair, so I believe on the issue of gateways, I don't believe those would be a DC item. They're not really development driven per se. So we would, presumably need to find a different funding source for that. But there are other items that you just mentioned, that are more development driven, parks and whatnot.
Thanks. And then my next question is about, I guess, page 49 of the PDF or page 144 of the agenda. And it's about the Chemong corridor that I'm looking at. The one thing that I was interested in asking about was, and I'm only entering into this as someone who experiences these neighborhoods, and I was surprised that there's no consideration given to the Parkway Trail as a specific part of the guidelines.
Sorry, Mr. Chair, could I get a reference to where we're looking in the guidelines?
I'm in the part of the PDF that says corridor specific considerations, and then it lists considerations for each specific corridor. I'm on I have at the bottom page 49 where it goes over the specific informations for the Chemong corridor. And one of the things that I've noticed when I'm in that area, I'll use the Starbucks development, for example. That Starbucks development was built with a box, and there's only one way to get in and one way to get out. There's no way to get to the Parkway Trail, and there's no way to cut behind Starbucks through the parking lot back into the residential neighborhoods. So I was hoping to either add a consideration about Parkway Trail in that section.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'm just buying some time to get some of our folks who are following along online to get caught up with the lag here, because I'm pretty sure that the answer is going to be that there's policy direction related to connectivity for active transportation and trail use in general in a different part of the guideline. Unfortunately, our team that like the leads of drafting it aren't here to kind of point me in the exact right direction, but if you hang tight,
Right, I have some more questions. Yeah. Can I go through?
Yep.
Thanks. My next question is about the specific area of Park Hill and Water. Along Water Street, that's an old residential neighborhood with houses, big houses that are mostly being rented. Is there any consideration to making it easier for those houses to be used as businesses, groceries, third spaces with that specific zone?
So through you, Mr. Chair, that would be dealt with through the zoning, the comprehensive zoning bylaw update, which will follow, or actually in our case, the community planning permit system that will follow. That will define uses and of the different properties and provide what can or cannot be considered. So I think during that process is when we would look at something to that effect.
Thank you, Councillor Burke. Councillor Hakey and Duguay for a second time. Councillor Hakey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And through you to Mr. Papadakos or Mr. Appleby, I had informed you of the question. What I'm wondering is there a mechanism in case there's a dispute between the developer and the city on the urban design guidelines? Do we have a mechanism to deal with that short of OLT, OMB, whatever you call it today, LPAT, I'm not sure, but.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I would say that there are a series in our existing processes. There are a series of what I would call sort of, I guess, escalations of dispute or contention on a file. So we have our project teams, like who are working at, they're the point people on the files, and they're driving the conversations. For instance, myself and Mr. Appleby, we're not involved in the nitty gritty on every single land use application or site plan that comes before the community. So if and when there are situations that are occurring where there may be some frictions in terms of interpretation or desired direction of how a development application is proceeding, then there's different levels of involvement, at which point we get brought into conversations to kind of look at what has been proposed, where the points of concern are. And so I wouldn't call it it's not like there's it's not a formal mechanism per se, but within our organizational structure, there's opportunities for those discussions to get elevated, to understand, you know, while we're always going to support good planning principles and things that are supportive of existing regulations and legislation, there are also, gray areas in which project viability and, the greater good versus, a specific recommendation, those can all be kind of factored in to the conversation.
That's what I was afraid of. I got to tell you, I look on page 86, and one of the things on the executive summary comes out. Those talks about suggested the provisions which are guidelines today become mandatory regulations. Believe me, I'm not speaking for the development community, but I'm speaking as a consumer. I'm not a planner, and I'm not an engineer, but I consume product. And what we saw tonight, I would like to see actually completed, the Trent wins. And we all learn by it, because I think what's going to happen, this is just my belief, I think what's going to happen is you're going to find that the commercial space will not be able to be leased. And that's my biggest concern, that we're building this. And as the developer said himself, he wants to reserve the position to turn them into housing. And that's a flag for me. So thank you for your answer. I'll talk more when we debate the motion.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Degay for a second time.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, a question, if I could, to staff vis-a-vis the Chemung corridor, that section of what I'm hesitant to use the word the Parkway route, but I believe that's what it's called, the bike route. That would be identified through our official plan as part of our trails and bikeway master plan. Yes.
Correct.
So I'm satisfied that corridor, and there is language on page 49, subsection E, and it speaks to mid-block locations and connectivity. It's already written into the guidelines. What it doesn't have, Councilor Burke, is any specific treatment at this point, but it does there's already a trails and master plan. So I'm satisfied it's being spoken to directly and indirectly. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Councillor Degay. Councillor Hickey for second time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I misunderstood the rules. So my concerns are very simple. I do not want a building built that I believe will be partially unused, and it's a possibility. So I'm not disagreeing totally with the guidelines, to be clear. I'm not. But I'd really like us to be a bit more cautious with this approach in trying it, because like I say, what I believe is going to happen, and as was stated tonight very clearly, the objective is to reduce auto traffic. Now, whether it's gas, whether it's hybrid, electrical, hydrogen, I don't care what it is, we're still going to have vehicles on the road. We've got a 4-lane highway there. I know my 80-year-old mom wouldn't hop on her bike to go see her grandson play baseball. I doubt the mother with kids that are either in ballet or hockey are going to jump on a bike also. So we have to be realistic, and that's all that I'm asking for, is a realistic approach, which I believe it could be, to be clear. But what I'd like to see, and to Councillor Dugay's motion, is follow up in 2 years. What I'd like to see is follow up after it's built to see what problems we have. If you look at the plan, again, tonight as stated, there is trees. I don't know how they're going to control the height of the trees to not block out the signage. Yeah, that's a possibility. I've been to, as recently as last weekend, I was in Oshawa, Simcoe Street North, just south of Taunton, and there's a new build there. Very same scenario. We couldn't tell what was in there. My wife wanted to get something to eat, And we pulled in, it turned out it was closed. It was a restaurant, but you couldn't tell because it had a very small sign. So I questioned the viability of the commercial component of it. We're taking a 4-lane road and removing traffic. Are we not better maybe to try it someplace else? I don't know. This is why I asked the questions. Was it a voluntary adaptation of the plan? And he answered it was. So I don't know how we do this, or even if it is possible without delaying things. And that's why I was asking for a time frame from the developer when they would start this, because I would like to see this project started. I would like to see it, and I do support it, and I'd like to see it fulfill its potential, which is on the commercial side. That's where I think if we're going to have a problem, that's where we're going to have the problem. So I'm looking for suggestions on how we approach that. I don't want to delay things, but I don't want to give blanket approval across the city to try this everywhere. And then we realize after the fact it's too late. The other thing that I want to mention is, and it is my background, when developers build, they don't build for themselves. They build for their clients. And the client tells them very clearly what they want. And we know from history, while we may be trying to get away from malls, they work, and that's what attracts the tenants into the malls, and that's what attracts the bigger tax dollars. So to take that away, and I know it's been tried in other cities, and I've spoken extensively in other cities, Oakville, Burlington, Guelph, and with developers that develop all across Ontario, and it hasn't worked the way that it's proposed to work. Like I say, I'm not a planner, I'm not an engineer, but I'm a consumer of the product. And I would drive by, and I did, other than I was made to pull in because she was hungry, but I drive by when I can't see something. I don't think it's unreasonable to ask that we try it. So I don't know. I'm looking for suggestions here, folks, on how we can try it and still move it ahead, because I understand the idea behind it. I'm just not sure if the end result will work, because I have had developers say to me, you know, I'll sit on the land because it's not practical for me to build. It costs a lot more money to build it this way, but nobody wants it. That's the bigger concern. Nobody wants to consume that today. So maybe later on it does. So I don't know if I don't even know how I put forward a motion to monitor what we're doing, or if that's even a possibility. Can you help me out, Mr. Chair? If not, I'll make something up.
Yeah, I don't, no one's giving me eye contact, so I don't know what.
Perhaps there was a suggestion here. Can we designate that build as a trial, and we wait until that's done, completed, and we can assess it? So the 2-year, to Councillor Duguay's suggestion of review in 2 years, my concern is it may not even be built in 2 years. So more than likely it won't be. If they started building today, I doubt that they'd have it done in 2 years. So would it be in line to defer moving? You have a question there too. Defer moving this ahead until this project has been built out, however long that takes. And I know that's kind of open, but I just don't want to, if this isn't going to work here, and I understand the planning principles behind it and all of that. If it's not going to work here, I just don't want to blanket the city with things that aren't going to work.
So Commissioner Papadakis, your sort of advice on how to
Well, I think
proceed?
I don't know if I necessarily have advice, because I think what I was going to provide was a little bit of context for committee to consider. So what I'm hearing is and again, you know, the councillor can correct me if I'm wrong, but what I'm hearing is it's almost a desire to put a pause on the official plan implementation, because all that the design guidelines are doing are providing visualizations of how the policy that is baked into the official plan today, how that can be, you know, contemplated and sort of visualized and moved forward with some concrete examples that are beyond just policy. Furthermore, the whole like premise on these mixed use corridors and how the official plan policy direction sets us upon is that, a standalone building in and of itself doesn't start to create the critical mass of what you get when you build out these areas as nodes and you have multiple buildings that have multiple people. The whole area becomes a little bit more pedestrian oriented. So that way there's, you're putting the feet on the sidewalk, right, that are then going to be the additional people that make it available. So I I think a fundamental thing that the committee needs to understand is that there's nothing in this guideline that isn't in the official plan.
Right, Councillor Hakey?
Okay, to that point, that doesn't necessarily make the official plan right, that we may have put something, the cart before the horse. And that's my concern. I guess the motion I'd like to move is if we could pause on adopting this until this plan is built out and we actually see the end result. And I don't know if that's practical or not. I realize it may take some time, but I also don't want to put these policies in effect in the east, in the north, and in the west any further. So I welcome any comments.
Okay, so did you want to move a motion or just throw that out there and hear others?
Well, for now, can I come back and speak after I hear others and see what people?
Yeah, you have one more to go. So
Thank you.
I have Mayor Leal,
I'll wait.
Councillor DeGay for a third and final, Councillor Baldwin and Burke.
The point of clarification, please.
Yep.
Would pausing this change the CPPS that we approved that looked at the mixed use corridors as a pilot?
Okay, so I have you on the list and you can bring that up. Right now, no pause or deferral's been made, so
sorry.
just bring that up under your speaking time. Yep, Mayor Leal.
Well, thanks very much, Mr. Chair. And, I do agree with the sense, guidelines and hopefully don't become mandatory. But the real challenge we have here is from what I would see as a practical application. Let's look at Lansdowne Street East. We just approved 264. I don't know for the life of me how many people will actually be riding bicycles on Lansdowne Street. I mean, you'll be taking your life in your own hands to be riding a bicycle on Lansdowne Street, which means setting a commercial in the back with small signs is not going to serve the consuming public in that particular area. I would suggest that's probably true of Lansdowne Street West. But to be fair, there would be other areas within the community where these guidelines would be acceptable, they would be practical, and they would work just by the nature of the volume of traffic and or less amount of traffic and more bicycles in that area. To suggest along Lansdowne Street, I think is really problematic. Councillor Hakey made an interesting point, and I wrote down here. I mean, it might be wise if we do get some information from the development community in Burlington, Oakville, and Guelph, where they may be further down the road though we are right now, just to get some impact from them from the practical application of these guidelines.
Thank you very much, Mayor Leal. I have Councillor DeGay for a third and final time.
Thank you, Chair Beamer. I think it's very important and critical that we appreciate that the guidelines implement the official plan that's in place and approved. We're not asking for anything that would supplement or replace or supplant the official plan, but I believe it's section 424. I may have the subsection incorrect, but I believe that's the sections that start speaking to these design guidelines. And your worship, not to contradict your thinking, but we have to think Lansdowne Place as a complete street that has dedicated bike lanes, that has walkways, that has an improved public realm. We have to think of what Lansdowne Street was before it's developed in the current format we see now. It was probably a rural road with likely ditches on its side. And eventually the new Lansdowne Street evolved, which became very car-centric. And what communities are doing, the the aforementioned communities that Councillor Hakey referred to and many others throughout North America is rediscovering and redesigning streets. And I'm asking, our official plan is very much a forward-thinking document. It re-envisions Lansdowne Street, Shamong Road, Clonsilla, there, and developing those as complete streets. And imagine, if you would, that's actually contemplating residential development on the main street. That was not allowed in our official plan for as long as I've been a member of this community. In order for that to occur, we need some guidelines that we're saying in this report, come back to us in a period of time, tell us how I work. And I'll say to this council, if they're not working, and if the development community is upset that they're somehow being applied in a more rigorous manner beyond guideline format, we'll hear about it. You will get phone calls. And we'll also hear about it when there's not development coming forward and being represented at this podium. That's how we're going to hear about it. We need to move forward with this. We also have tied in some of the guidelines around our streamlined development and approval planning process to put a hold on this. This project then is our guidelines then, Councillor Hakey, would be held at ransom, if you would. The advancement of our own official plan will be held at ransom, awaiting the deliverability of another project. Why don't we allow these guidelines to proceed? We have an official plan. I'm satisfied, and I've read through this extensively. I've met with staff. I've looked at other communities' approaches, and I'm satisfied this is the way our community needs to evolve. We have to develop to 120,000 persons in our boundaries. And we're not going to do that if we allow Lansdowne Street, Clonsilla, Shamong to continue to evolve and develop in the manner they have been allowed to for the last 40 or 50 years. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Degay. So I have Councillor Baldwin, Burke for a second time, Parnell and Hakey for a third and final. Councillor Baldwin.
Yeah, just quickly, Mr. Chair, I too like the urban design guidelines and the work that's been done by staff. I can appreciate what Councillor Hakey's saying, though, and thank him for bringing that forward. I guess I suspect that if this particular enterprise on Lansdowne Street works, we'll see more of it throughout the city. And if it doesn't work, they just won't go ahead with that particular project, and it'll be some other form. And you know, as the applicant's agent had said earlier, he's not sure this particular developer is going to build it or sell it. You'll get all the planning protocols in place and then sell it to someone else. So I'm concerned about it not getting off the ground sooner than later. So those would be my comments, Mr. Chair.
Very good. Thank you, Councillor Baldwin. Councillor Burke for a second time.
Yeah, thanks, Chair Beamer. I'm in support of this, and like I'm walking back a little bit of my criticism from the first time that we heard this. I really have done that through great conversation with Michael and Brad and the community. We've received a ton of emails from the community in support of this, which is rare for something like this. And I think that partially that's from the consultation that was done with the community. And to me, the reason why this is important is because it's like a bird's eye view, right? It is actually the way to revitalize those zones that haven't really been looked at. And cities like London, Ontario sized cities are in the process of like trying to turn back the clock on some of these projects that they have done without these types of considerations, right? And so I think to have this as a bird's eye view, I do believe that there's enough flexibility within the democracy of what we do here to be flexible. And we've heard that. We heard that from the first consultant. We've heard that from the commissioner. And the thing that's refreshing about this is it's looking at the city from a bird's eye view. An example of that is the Parkway, right? I go to Toronto a couple of times a month, and like, how often do people comment on how weird the Parkway is coming into the city, right? This looks at that. There's no entry point. This looks at that specifically, right? The Clonsilla, like coming from the 115 to downtown, this looks at that and helps define that space in a way that isn't happening, right? This helps define a space like Shamong in a way that isn't happening. And I believe that there's enough flexibility within it for us to still have our say or to be flexible or to move this or to move that based on what needs to have happen. But I think it's important that we just let this go, let this go and approve it tonight. And I think it's really great, and I commend staff for all the hard work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Burke. Councillor Purnell?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We have, excuse me, heard from staff that this really does flow out of our already approved official plan, right? This is just more information to supplement the official plan. And I did actually appreciate the opportunity. We did defer this temporarily so that we could do additional public consultation. We had a very energetic meeting at the library with the development community going through this. I think we were able to iron out some misconceptions, especially the guideline versus rule concern within the community. And I think there's been some positive interactions since with our staff, and I really do appreciate their time with me and the help of Councillor Duguay and Hakey on this whole file and bringing it back forward in front of committee this evening. My one question, though, and I didn't see it in the report, I thought we were eligible for some provincial or federal funding to help pay for this, and is that going to be in jeopardy if we delay this? And I'm not in support of delaying it. We need to pass this.
To you, Mr. Chair, through you, Mr. Chair, the design guidelines were developed with provincial money. We've met our obligation to have completed them, and so that funding is secured. So that's all squared away.
Okay, well that's good news, but we still need to pass this and get on with it. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Purnell. Councillor Hakey for a third and final.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I've made my point. I'm going to withdraw it. I don't disagree with Councillor Duguay that we can monitor this differently, perhaps under the same rules, but I still have those nagging thoughts in my head. So 2 years, I won't be on council when that building is probably finished, because if they started tomorrow, you're going to be 4 years and I'm gone. But I appreciate everybody's view on it, and it is something that we have to look at as a whole city, no question. But those are my concerns. But thank you for your time this evening.
Thank you, Councillor Hakey. Councillor Lachika and Burke for a third and final. Councillor Lachika.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Through you to Commissioner Papadakos and his team, thank you so much for bringing this back. And as Councillor Parnell has just stated, due diligence has been given to do extra consultation, et cetera, and to bring this back. I am so much in support of this. It's exciting that we have an official plan and that this is an extension of it. I think of areas, for those of you who do know Toronto, around Eastern Avenue and the corridor near Richmond off the Don Valley Parkway. There are complete streets and neighborhoods and communities that have been built there with buildings like we've just heard about tonight. And it's drawing families, it's drawing community, it's making the population boom in other centers. So I think we're making a very good decision to press the accelerator on this, so that we can get our housing strategy moving forward, making complete streets where you can cycle safely on Lansdowne, because we've made that possible, and beautified it as well, because it's not the Golden Mile anymore. We're 2023, and we're preparing for all types of mixed transportation. And thank you for this. Appreciate it. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Councillor Cheek. Any further comments or questions? All right, moved by Councillor Duguay. We'll take a vote. Good time. And that is carried. All right, 15A8, approval of contract amendments, supply and delivery of wastewater collection work body truck. Councillor Reel.
Through the chair, I'm going to move the report. I did have some questions, but I think if you read the report, they're answered. The comments that I want to make is look at the price of this truck. A normal truck, $250,000. To electrify it is 3 times the cost. and people will make comments about electrifying the fleet of transit, of public works, all for the good of greenhouse gas and that. But you could buy 3 of these trucks. Here is the city taking the initiative to buy a truck at 3 times the cost to try and meet our commitment of going green. But I just want to bring that out, that this truck started at $250,000. When you add all the add-ons on, you're 3 times the cost of almost over $700,000. Got a bit of a rebate, but you're $604,000. That's just a comment I want to make, that this is an expensive proposition that the city is making. They could have bought 3 of these for their use in public works, but they're electrifying it and they can only buy 1. So, but I'll move the report.
Thank you, Councillor Reel. Speaking to that, Councillor Hakey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And piggybacking on that, the problem that I have is the cost, really. But and I know nobody can answer this, but what we have to consider is, where do the components come from? The number 1 greenhouse gas producer in the world is China. I suspect that a lot of these components came from China. So we're feeding an economy that built, I believe it was 14 coal-fired plants last year, as an example. So I understand it. The other problem that I have, or the other concern that I have, I should say, is there a track record of this type of truck in this climate? I don't know. I don't know if Commissioner Papadakos can answer that or not.
Through you, Mr. Chair, the electrification of heavy-duty trucks is a newer proposition that many other municipalities are embarking upon. Also, to bear in mind, this is actually also ironically, the electric vehicle is available in a short time frame. We can get this in a few months, whereas the diesel is back ordered and we're looking at probably 1.5 years to get it. So there's a little bit of an irony there that the team needs the truck sooner than later. So the electric truck is actually available sooner, which was one of the driving factors. We also identified it as a ideal candidate for electrification because of the way it's used. It sits on streets and idles a lot of the time, and so we thought that would be a good application to test it out, to be able to see how those concerns work. We are completing a study right now to look at alternative fuel options, which doesn't limit us to electric vehicles. It looks at a host of propulsion technologies: hydrogen, battery electric, hybrid electric, compressed natural gas. We're doing the whole assessment of all of these things to understand what, operationally, what are the issues, what are the concerns. So we do have that data to make more informed decisions before we make larger scale investments on transforming our fleet.
Thank you very much, and I understand that, and I'm of 2 minds. But I did have cause to speak with a car dealer, and the car dealer pointed out that in the last 10 years, the advancements that they've made in diesel engines and gas engines far exceeds the previous 60 years. So they are working on that too. But it's a tough one. Same as the Zamboni. I still think at the 5th year, 6th year, 7th year, we're going to run into problems that nobody has encountered because it hasn't gone that far in the cycle yet. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hakey. Mayor Leo.
Thanks, Mr. Chair. Through Michael. Michael, this particular truck, is it a newer battery technology? The media is full of stories today about the city of Edmonton shelving their electric buses because of reliability problems. I mean, the reliability is a big challenge with the existing battery technology, particularly when the weather gets colder.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, this is using newer technologies, and again, I think the staff are looking forward to pilot this type of a vehicle in our fleet to be able to get some of those learnings firsthand, and have a vehicle sooner than later. So we're aware of the state of the industry. We have consultants on board with our alternate fuel study that are work across North America with different municipalities and different transit agencies that are providing us with the most up-to-date current information that we're going to use to make assessments on decisions in the future.
Mr. Michael Dewey, have you had any feedback from other communities that have bought this vehicle?
Through you, Mr. Chair, I do not, but I can loop back with our fleet staff and provide some information to council.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Leal. Councillor Baldwin.
Mr. Chair, through you to Mr. Papadakis. Michael, is the non-electrical vehicle available? You mentioned specifically that the electrified one is available, probably because of the cost of it. Many municipalities aren't buying it. That's why I suspect it's available. If we need the truck, could we get one that's not electrified or battery operated?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the diesel is approximately 14 to 16 month delivery time frame, and we can get delivery of the electric one on shorter order in the 3 to 4 month range. What Frank Kern, our fleet manager, informed me of is there are some regulations. There's some regulations in the California market that require certain manufacturers to have a certain amount of inventory on hand of electric vehicles to be able to operate in the California market, because the California market is such a driver in the North American auto market. That is a reason why a lot more of these vehicles are being made available as well. There's some ratios that they need to maintain. I can get additional information on that if council would like.
And just a supplementary there, Mr. Chair. I'm assuming we can't get another year out of the present truck. It's gone through its useful life.
For you, Mr. Chair, this vehicle is at end of life.
Thank you.
Any further comments or questions? Oh, sorry, Councillor Pennell. Yeah, Councillor Pennell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I did have a couple of questions. I am happy to see that there's an after-tax rebate from the federal government. I'm assuming that that is because it is a greener vehicle, electric vehicle. Is that correct?
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's correct. This is a rebate that's offered through the Transport Canada's medium and heavy duty zero emission vehicle program.
Okay, thank you. The electric vehicle charging station, that's an additional cost of $36,500, just so we can plug this thing in. Will that service more than one vehicle going forward, or do we need that charging station per vehicle?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the charger will be able to do multiple vehicles. There's a dual port to it, so it can do two simultaneously, and then depending on the operational requirements of your vehicles, it's a faster charger, so you don't need to have a vehicle plugged in for 8 hours or so. You can have it plugged in for a shorter period of time, so you would be able to do multiple vehicles over the course of an off-duty cycle.
Okay, thank you. I think that's important for people to know. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pennell. Any further comments or questions? Moved by Councillor Rill. We'll take a vote. And that is carried. All right. 15A10, Peterborough Housing Corporation Annual General Meeting. Councillor Rill.
Through the chair, I will move the report. This is, as chair of the board, this is our annual AGM. All council members that belong to the board, the mayor, and the 4 other are all councillors. So I think if there's any questions about the business of Peterborough Housing Corp, which is an arm of the city, we're here to answer questions. So I'll just move the report.
Thank you, Councillor Rill. Any further comments or questions? We'll take a vote. Oh, did you have a question? And that is carried. All right, our last item this evening on consent, interim operating agreements for community housing projects. Councillor Rill.
Through the chair to Commissioner Laidman. Reading through this report, it says that you're going to have a report coming to council on the affordable housing, when would that report be coming to council?
Through you, Chair Beamer, we're intending to do that in probably the March type timeframe. Staff's putting that together and bringing that forward in terms of the new expectations for new operating agreements and the overall policy scheme related to that.
Through the chair to Councillor Laidman, I think everybody was sent a memo to you today, and this has to do with the debt to townships, and certainly this has been something when I was previously on the board, I raised at the board why the city was carrying the debt of 3 affordable housing developments in the county. I think you explained it here, but you said that when we get the new GBE up and running, that debt would go over to that. I have a problem with that because somebody still has to be responsible for the debt. And if the council wants to build affordable housing, it should be on their municipality's dime, not through the city or the GBE that we're putting together. Can you comment on that?
Through you, Chair Beamer, I think in general, currently the new, as you referred to it, the government business and enterprise or the municipal housing service corporation is only set up at this point to facilitate city projects. If a county township wished to participate in the municipal housing services corporation, they would need to pass their own bylaw to request participation in that, and council would get to consider that as you went forward. So if a project happens in the county, there would be multiple opportunities for city council to consider whether it wanted to support those projects, either through the city's normal debt process or through the new Municipal Housing Services Corporation.
Fair to Mr. Laidman, I mean, certainly in the last term of council at county council, they actually voted down participating in the GBE. But also, I think that we should perhaps, only my point of view, maybe we should be starting looking at the shareholders agreement that we have, who is responsible for affordable housing and who's responsible for the ambulance service. Because if the city is going to be indebted, and my numbers here of the 3 units that we have right now is probably $30 million that we're carrying of the debt for the county. I don't think that's chump change. Reading from your comments here that it's not that big. I mean, the 1.5 block is over $20 million itself. So I find maybe we should be looking at what our agreement is that we signed on with the county and the city. If we're going to be responsible and they want to build, and it's going to be through that, I'm sorry, I have a problem with that. Any comments?
Through you, Chair Beamer, Mr. Friedman could correct me, but I believe that the municipal service agreement between the county and the city is set to expire in 2024. And it would be that time that a new agreement would be negotiated between the county and the city, and that would be the opportune time to discuss that.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Reel. Moved by Councillor Reel. Mayor, Mr. Freeman.
Mr. Chairman, if I could just jump in on that conversation and supplement Mr. Laidman's comments. And the council referred to the three projects in the county. So just to clarify here, those projects are owned by Peterborough Housing Corporation. They geographically sit in the county, but they're owned by Peterborough Housing Corporation. The asset is owned by Peterborough Housing Corporation. The city owns Peterborough Housing Corporation. Therefore, those projects, those assets reside on the city's books, ultimately through consolidation, rolling up the numbers for year-end audit purposes and reporting out to the province. The assets, to the councillor's point, are worth multi-millions of dollars. But the debt, and I'll just use the most recent one, the Havelock project. So that project was built. That project did receive financial assistance and subsidy through the township of Havelock, Belmont, Methuen. That project, after the construction financing was done and the long-term debt was taken out on that project, and if I have my numbers wrong, I apologize, but I believe that the existing debt on that project is between $3 and $4 million. Now, council has to ask themselves, is the asset worth more than that just on that project? And it's just, I'm asking that a bit rhetorically, but and anecdotally, but it is. So yes, the councillor is absolutely right. There is a draw on the city's debt capacity to the extent of that long-term debt, but we have the asset on the books, and it provides critical housing in both the city and county of Peterborough. So, Mr. Chairman, I just thank you for indulging me.
Of course, thank you, Mr. Freeman. Councillor Reel, then Mayor Leal. Councillor Reel.
Through the chair to Councillor Freeman, thank you very much for that overview. But the point that I'm trying to make, if there's going to be housing that's in the county, even though the responsibility of affordable housing is through Peterborough Housing Corp, that's a debt that the city carries, not the county. If the county wants to build affordable housing, their municipality should be carrying the debt. The job of Peterborough Housing Corp is administration and maintenance of buildings. That's the business we're in. But we have morphed into something else, and the huge debt load that we're carrying here, we can't continue on with this. What the point I'm trying to make, if the county would like that, and they are can be equal partners, and we will partner with them because we have the expertise, but they should be carrying the debt load in their municipality, not the city of Peterborough on our debt.
Mr. Chairman, I totally agree with the councillor, and that and we've just heard from Ms. Sarah McDougall-Perrin here this evening, our new government relations advisor. What we need, council, is we need the province to exempt municipalities from that affordable housing debt on all municipal books, not just the city of Peterborough, but right across the province, and take it off our books. That's what we need, and we need the province to do that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Freeman. Thank you, Councillor Reel. Mayor Leal.
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. I have a question and a couple comments. Through Mr. Laidman. Have we finally got an opinion on the land transfer tax? There's always been a body of thought that when you establish the GBEs, there may be exposure to a land transfer tax. Others have said that we're not exposed to land transfer tax. I've never seen a conclusive opinion on whether we are or we are not exposed.
Through you, Chair Beamer. Yeah, I'm wasn't prepared to answer that question tonight. I certainly could find that out, whether we've made any progress on that. Certainly from a broader perspective, we have done an analysis of the various projects that we could move to the new Municipal Housing Services Corporation, which would bring up the land transfer tax possibility. However, we've analyzed it, and the removal of the mortgages and such it's not in our favor to do those until the mortgages end, at which point we would then move them over because it does make business sense. That's the current status of it right now at this point.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Laidman, is some time in the not too distant future for us to get clarity on this. It's important because the land transfer tax number could be pretty big.
Yeah, through you, Chair Beamer, certainly. And that's one of the considerations that we would be determining whether it made business sense to move it from Peterborough Housing Corp into the new Municipal Housing Services Corporation. That would be one of the considerations for sure.
Mr. Chair, if I could just pick up on what Mr. Friedman said. In the late 1990s, there was an exercise by the government of the day called Who Does What? And the Who Does What exercise realigned service responsibilities throughout the province of Ontario. What happened to the city of Peterborough when those services were realigned is we got responsibility for housing, both in the city of Peterborough and the county of Peterborough. And before this gets resolved, would have to be a move on this whole alignment of service that was legislated in place in the late 1990s. So we would need the province of Ontario to have sober second thought on this realignment and get municipalities out of some of these service delivery responsibilities that got herself into. County Peterborough got responsibility for paramedics, and everything else was left to the city of Peterborough. So I just caution that this is not as easy a process as what it might seem on the surface. There's some other players in here and probably be some long discussion before there is any provincial change in the alignment of services.
Thank you, Mayor Lill. Any further comments or questions? Moved by Councillor Real. We'll take a vote. All right, and we're done with our consent agenda, so we'll move to notice of motions. We have two notice of motions this evening. The first one, 16A. Councillor DeGay.
Thank you, Chair Beamer. Do you wish for me to read the motion?
Mr. Clerk, should it be read out in the public forum? Yeah, yes.
Bring on the laryngitis. Here we go. So by background, I had mentioned, and I've dialogued with most of council, that we have many of our municipalities across Ontario have adopted resolutions requesting the provincial government, I believe through the Attorney General, to review and update dated municipal Freedom of Information and Privacy Act. It's about 30 years old. And with that in mind, the motion would read, whereas council for the corporation of the city of Peterborough has received correspondence from numerous municipalities supporting the need to update the Municipal Freedom of Information and Privacy Protection Act, RSO 1990, small c M56, and whereas the Municipal Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act, RSO 1990, MFIPA, is 30 years old, and whereas municipalities, including the city of Peterborough, practice and continue to promote open and transparent government operations, actively disseminate information, and routinely disclose public documents upon request outside of the MFIPA process, and whereas government operations, public expectations, technologies, and legislation surrounding accountability and transparency have changed, and whereas the creation, storage, and utilization of records has changed significantly, and whereas Regulation 823 under MFIPA continues to reference antiquated technology and does not adequately provide for cost recovery, and these financial shortfalls are borne by the municipal taxpayer, and whereas multiple requests from an individual can be challenging for a municipality due to finite staff resources, the expense of producing a record due to its size, number of physical location, and operational impacts to respond to requests for records within the framework for extensions under the Act, be it resolved, Province of Ontario be requested to undertake a review of the MFIPA for the purpose of updating the Act and to respond to the challenges currently faced by municipalities, and the city clerk be directed to send correspondence on behalf of City Council to the province, to the Ontario Ministry of Public and Business Service Delivery. And if I might very quickly, Mr. Chairman, to City Clerk, Mr. Kennedy, I believe, Mr. Kennedy, we have an employee whose, I think, principal responsibility is to respond to Freedom of Information requests. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, that is correct. We do have a full-time employee who is responsible for all our NFIPA requests.
And if I can clarify, then I recall from our budget that we do generate a very small amount of revenue arising from such requests, production of these requests, and it nowhere comes near approaching a cost recovery for that position and administrative expense. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, that is correct. The regulations under NFIPA do direct staff on what charges may be applied under certain circumstances. So they are all very prescriptive.
Thank you. And I have just one final comment, Mr. Chairman. So in our administrative environment, we have seen, for example, our building department, that building permits are cost recovery. our planning and development approval process is 100% cost recovery. So municipalities are moving towards this sort of revenue approach. And I'm not proposing that we eliminate such requests, but rather it is time that the provincial government review a legislation that is at least 30 years of age. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Degay. Any further comments or questions? Moved by Councillor Degay. We'll take a vote. And that is carried. Thank you. So our second notice of motion this evening, Councillor Hakey, just need you to read it out.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I hope this doesn't go against my 5 minutes. One, where stay, what time is it? 10 after, okay, what we've been waiting for all week. Whereas on July 11, 2022, General Committee considered staff's 4 recommendations to Council in Water, Wastewater, and Stormwater Service Delivery Report CAO 22-008 as follows. A, that the presentation regarding the city assuming full operating responsibility and authority for the water assets and service delivery, including the Riverview Park and Zoo from John Stevenson, President and CEO, Peterborough Utilities Group, be received for information. B, that the proposal from WSP that the City of Peterborough continue its current role for management of wastewater and stormwater assets and provision of wastewater and storm services and become directly responsible for the operations and authorities for the water assets and service delivery, including the Riverview Park and Zoo, be supported in principle. C, that staff report back to Council in 2023 upon further investigation regarding financial and non-financial benefits and a change management plan, including public consultation of the transfer of responsibility and authority for the water assets and service delivery. And D, that the change management plan stipulates that no current International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW employees be displaced as a result of the transaction and the transfer of water assets and service delivery to the city. 2, and whereas on July 11th, General Committee resolved to recommend to Council staff first recommendation as follows. That the presentation regarding the city assuming full operating responsibility and authority for the water assets and service delivery, including the Riverview Park and Zoo from John Stevenson, President and CEO, Peterborough Utilities Group, be received for information. 3, and whereas on July 25th, 2022, Council approved the General Committee's recommendation. 4, and whereas Council has not yet made a determination respecting the remaining 3 recommendations, B, C, and D, in Report CAO 22-008, and it is in the city's interest that Council do so. Now, therefore, be it resolved that Council approve the remaining 3 recommendations, B, C, and D, in Report CAO 22-008, revised as to the deadline for staff report and relettered as follows. A, that the proposal from WSP that the City of Peterborough continue its current role for management of wastewater and stormwater assets and provision of wastewater and storm services and become directly responsible for the operations and authority for water assets and service delivery, including the Riverview Park and Zoo, be supported in principle. B, that staff report back to Council in the second quarter of 2024 upon further investigation regarding financial and non-financial benefits and a change management plan, including public consultation of the transfer of responsibility and authority for the water assets and service delivery, and that the change management plan stipulates that no current International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW, employees be displaced as a result of this transition and the transfer of water assets and service to delivery to the city. And I'd like to speak to that if I can. Oh, yeah. Take some water. Actually, I have a question of Mr. Potts. Mr. Potts, if the council approves this evening, are we bound by this motion to make the transfer of what I just described automatic to the city? Or is this report for information?
Mr. Chair, as I read the motion, it clearly contemplates a report back to council. So I don't see like coming out of, if council were to approve this motion, for example, on December 11th, that's not sufficient direction for water to come to the city from PUC or Kobe.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Potts. So to be clear, what I'm asking for is a transparent, open, and public review of a report that six new council members may not have the information at hand to make a decision. And I also want to point out, this isn't just about WSP. I want the current operator in transparency to have the opportunity to speak to the reports that we're talking about. We need the information. That's first and foremost. So a lot of the correspondence, emails, phone calls that have been going back and forth, they're at best subjective. I don't have the information. Some members of council may have the information. All I'm trying to do is level the playing field, get the information. I'm quite capable of making a decision. There's nothing untowards here. Like one of the comments was the report from July 22 was flawed and very one-sided. It could be. I don't know. But I'd like to have a public discussion about it, and I'd like to see what the opposite side is. So some of the things that I want to, again, be clear that we're addressing here is, why do we operate this model, for example? How many other cities have this model? How many other cities have moved from this model to another model, or vice versa? What cities have changed the model? Are there cost savings in doing this? My understanding, as limited as it is, because I don't have all the information, is it appears that there is cost savings. We've just gone through a budget process where we're looking at 7.38% increase on the taxpayers. I think it's incumbent on everybody here to look at anything. I'm not saying I agree or disagree. I can't say that until I get the information. So to make claims on something, I can't make them because I don't have that information. I won't speak for the rest of council, but that's the objective here. I want to understand if there's job losses. I want to understand what the savings are and how that's accrued. The way I look at it in my simple mind is, we got left hand here, right hand here. It's owned by the city. City's the only shareholder in this process. So that's all the objective of this is to get the information that I can make an informed decision myself.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Hakey. I have Councillor Parnell and Mayor Leal. Councillor Parnell.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I absolutely oppose this notice of motion coming forward. We already discussed this last term of council and rejected that report. It was a 6-5, but we rejected that report. I didn't even want to receive it for information. It was so badly flawed and one-sided. But we did receive it from information, which is our standard protocol for killing something. That's it. It's done. That report should never have seen the light of day again. And the timing of this, like, shame on like the timing to put our very highly skilled, valuable employees, both in IBEW and in the senior management team that serve us so well right before Christmas, is just horrible to do that to them. This whole cost saving idea is a red herring. Maybe that will, eliminate a job or two to save some money there, but we're undermining our very successful utility company who has given us, by the way, non-tax revenue, as I referred to earlier, reliable non-tax revenue to the tune of $109 million since the year 2000. In the last 10 years alone, 56 million. And that doesn't include the $105 million we received for getting rid of PDI, plus all of the other benefits that our citizens have seen from that very important sale, and it was the right thing to do. Not only that, their safety record at the utility company is outstanding. They have 9.5 years with no lost time injuries and only one injury in the last 17 years. We had 60 in 10 years just in one department. So obviously their safety record, their management, their training, their discipline speaks to the quality of the work that is done by our utility company. They are our most successful department. They make us money. Yes, it's mostly on the generation side and the metering side, but the generation and the metering business is directly connected to the Peterborough Utilities Commission, who looks after our drinking water, keeps it safe for us, as well as the efficient running of the zoo, which, 250,000 visitors a year and the only free, fully accredited zoo in Canada. And we never have to worry about the zoo. We never have to worry about the safety of our drinking water in this city because it's monitored 24/7 and over 20,000 tests a year. I've never lost a moment's sleep over worrying about that. And did you know we all have a standard of care with drinking water? We have to take training in this. And if there was a Walkerton type incident here, each of us could be sued up to $7 million a day. I really can't afford that, but I don't have to worry about it because I know that we have an absolute A team at our utility company making sure the drinking water in this community is safe. And if maybe you'll save $200,000, maybe it'll be $400,000, but the cost to our very successful utility company will more than outweigh that. Just having this conversation last July cost us 2 contracts, which was revenue to us. We lost it just by undermining the confidence in our own utility company. So I would hope that we would at least have 6 votes around this table to put this thing to an end, let our employees be settled. We thought it was settled last July. I'm very upset that it's been brought back up again because we should not be undermining our very own, very efficiently run utility company. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Councillor Purnell. I have Mayor Leal and Councillor Reel and Councillor Hagee for a second time. Mayor Leal?
Well, thanks very much, Mr. Chair. And at the onset, I can't support this motion in its current configuration. And I'll tell you why. When I got this great privilege of assuming this office a year and I guess about 13 months, I had the opportunity to review the report that was done for council in July of 2022. Going through that report, I looked at it very carefully. And the report itself missed a lot of parameters that should have been looked at in the report. You saw an email that I sent out today that I think integral to this is, frankly, we need a working group. And I proposed our CEO, Mr. Papadopoulos, Mr. Stevenson, Mr. Devlin, and Councillor Hagee to come together and set the common terms that we want to look at. What are the parameters that we need to look at to make sure the avenue that we choose going forward is the right one for this community? I see Mr. Lake in our audience this evening. I know Bob very well. He's a former CEO, present CEO of the Peterborough Utilities Group. And I know back in the 90s, we went through this discussion. And in those days, there were commissioners that were elected by the public of Peterborough that ran the Peterborough Utilities Group. And back then, they decided not to go this way. This is a pretty crucial decision that we have to make. It's not acceptable to me that we'd frankly take a 2022 report and put a front page on it that's April of 2024. That just doesn't make sense. We need to get the common facts of what we want to look at. We need to get the common parameters that we want to look at. And it will only happen if we bring a working group together to have these important conversations before we proceed down the road and make the right decision for the community of Peterborough.
Thank you very much, Mayor Leal. Councillor Reel?
Through the chair, I mean, this whole weekend when I watched what unfolded, I was appalled. We have 5 members that sat on this council that have that report and read it. We have 6 new members here that you're doing the service to that should have the right to read that report. My belief. But what I seen went on over the weekend and starting last week when the board chair of Kofi sends a letter, when the CEO of the Kofi Board of Companies sends out a memo to us, this business, Kofi, is owned by every taxpayer in the city of Peterborough. They answer to us, the owners of the company, not us to them. There's only one person sitting around this horseshoe that has more information than anybody, and that's me. Because I sat on the Kofi board for 4 years. I was at the initial meeting when they talked about combining wastewater and water together. None of you were there, but I was. And I sat for 4 years and watched this nonsense going on. I was here when WSP brought the report to this council about the savings it would be for the city of Peterborough. At that time, I felt it was a good deal. There was shenanigans went on here. It was disgusting because that should have passed. That there is money that's in the hands of the city of Peterborough. I will be supporting Councillor Hakey. I have no problem with them putting a group together after this here is passed here tonight. But like I said, there's only one person sitting at this table that has all the facts, and you're looking at them right here. Because I was privy to the information that went on the Kofi board. I was privy. What point of privilege?
Okay. So what's the point of privilege?
Well, that's blatantly untrue. Many of us have done significant research and homework on this.
Okay,
Just
so
claim he's the only one.
I'll put you back on the list. Yep. Okay, so Councillor Ely, you have the floor.
Well, what I'm trying to say here is that I have the information, and I deciphered the information I have on both sides of it. And it was a cost-effective thing for the city of Peterborough to bring it in-house. I still believe that today. That's why I'll be supporting Councillor Hakey. There was nothing wrong with this here. Like I said, there's 6 members here that I think that a disservice is being done. You should read that report and draw your own conclusions. You should be given the facts to draw the conclusions for the people that pay your salary, the taxpayers of the city of Peterborough. Not this nonsense going on and somebody saying I'm bringing a motion because I don't think that you should see what the information was. That's a disservice to you, and I'm appalled. I think every one of you should read it, and I think you'll draw the same conclusion that I did back then.
Thank you, Councillor Reel. So I have Councillor Hakey a second time and Parnell a second time, if you want. Councillor Hakey a second time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. This is what I was afraid of. We're debating something that we don't have the information on. So I'll respond to some of it. Councillor Parnell brought up, why are you reintroducing this? We reintroduce things all the time when there's a new council. The Parkway is an example. The Parkway was dead once. We brought it forward, tried to get it going, didn't work. So this isn't something that's unusual, Councillor, and you know that. You have information I don't have. I don't know anything about a red herring, but I'd certainly be interested in reading about it myself. So drinking water. Let's pretend the report says we take it over and it's $1 or $5 million. It doesn't relieve the responsibility prescribed by the province on what you do with the drinking water. On Monday, you do this. On Tuesday, you do that. On Thursday, you do that. It's not rocket science. So don't say that the drinking water quality is going to deteriorate. Or you're right, we'll all be in jail. To Mayor Leal's point, he did make a suggestion of a committee, and I think it's a good idea once we all have the same information. I'm happy to sit down and strike a committee, but right now, I think it's imperative that particularly the 6 new councillors understand everything that we're talking about at the same time, the same information, same flow. Nothing directed by a committee. And I appreciate the mayor having the confidence in me to put me in that position and on that committee. That I like to think you have a good idea of how I will respond. I don't want to debate something that I don't know what I'm debating yet. All I'm asking for is a report. If people are offended, I'm sorry, we offend people every week here. That is not the intention, is to offend anybody. And it certainly isn't the intention to disparage any of the employees. In fact, my limited understanding again is if this goes ahead, we move those employees that Councillor Parnell correctly said, no work injury days, do the job. They move from where they are from the left hand, they move to the right hand. That's my understanding, but I don't have all the information. So we can talk about it all we want. Let me see it. Let everybody on council see it, as Councillor Riel said. 5 of you are privy to it. He's the one that sat in the chair. I have not done that. And I'm sure we will be talking again amongst ourselves and what that information looks like. And I'm sure there will be a lot of public consultation on what it is. But until we have the information, we're kind of wasting our breath. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hakey. Councillor Purnell, do you want to go again or? Yep, Councillor Purnell and then Mayor Leal, both second time.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I really don't like words being put in my mouth. The report has been shared, the July 2022 report, excuse me, has been shared, but with a cautionary note that it was flawed and very one-sided. It never, there should be no weight given to that report at all. We rejected it last term of council because it was so badly written at a cost. We don't have anything in the budget for the consultant to write another report or Kofi or Peterborough Utility Group to add their piece to it. There's no budget for that. So that's one thing. And it's upheaval of the employees. We are upheaving their lives. They are highly skilled. They are valued. If they do come over to the city, they will be red circled within the union. That means they do not get any of the normal raises of inflation, etc., until the city workers catch up to them. So that's a pay freeze for the people who have dedicated their lives to their jobs with the Peterborough Utility Group. And I don't think that's fair to them either. That is just a fact. Never mind the management team, who they all work. They look after Kofi, which is the generating company and the metering company. They look after the Peterborough Utilities Commission, which is the drinking water and the zoo. And the same management team who excel at all of this do this all together. So to try and take one of the legs away, one of the pillars of their business plan, or two actually, just it doesn't make them more efficient. And so the efficiencies you're talking about is lost overall because they are a utility company and we are the city, but we are one. They are a department essentially of the city and our most successful department. So I don't understand why you're going after them. That report is available. It was shared, but it's so flawed, it's not even worth looking at. And I just think that we do not need to be undermining, as I said before, our most successful area that is non-tax revenue that we need. Over $5 million a year in dividends. And don't forget, last year they gave us a bonus $1.8 million, which directly resulted in the affordable housing build on Monaghan Road. And they didn't even get invited to the groundbreaking. So we need to appreciate the work that is done by our own utility group on our behalf. And I hope that we can just kill this tonight. We just do not need to go down this road. Do not undermine them. Let them do their job. They're quite happy to do their job, and we're lucky to have them. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Purnell. I have Mayor Leal for a second time, Real for a second time, and Baldwin. Mayor Leal.
Yeah, thanks very much, Mr. Chair. Well, I've had the opportunity over the last 11 months to be on the Kofi board along with you, Councillor Beamer, to work with John Stevenson and the chair of the board, Nancy Addison. And I can tell you, those two individuals, the other directors on Kofi, have one goal in mind: to do everything in the best interest of the citizens of Peterborough. They make their decisions based on the best interest of the citizens of Peterborough. So if anybody doubts the integrity of the CEO, the president of the Peterborough Utilities Group, Mr. Stevenson, or the chair of the board, or the directors that sit there, I'm telling you, they're top-notch people making wise decisions on behalf of the citizens of Peterborough. I can assure every citizen in Peterborough of that fact. So let's look at this report. Well, the challenge of the report that was done in July 2022 is there no common facts to look at. That's why we need a working group to establish the common facts and establish the parameters on which to look at. There's an individual that would be part of that group who has more knowledge than probably any consulting firm in Ontario today. That's Pat Devlin. Let me tell you about Pat Devlin, who's the Vice President of Water Services for the PUG. At one time, he also headed up our water wastewater division right here at the city of Peterborough before he went over to the PUG. So he has the knowledge. He's an objective individual. He's a first-class public servant. So if you get an individual of that ilk that's helping us to achieve common facts, design the parameters, you'll get a study that makes sense. You'll have a study that will provide a future avenue for which the citizens of Peterborough will be well served.
Thank you very much, Mayor Leal. Councillor Reel for a second time.
Want to make some clarity about unions. We have a number of unions in the city here. They all negotiate their collective agreements. They all have different pay scales. You can red circle people. That's one way of doing things. But IBEW has a contract. Their contract will be honored, not red circled, so where this foolishness come from. And they negotiate their collective agreement. And they have a different pay scale. So to say that they're going to be red circled, they can bring them into the compliance with the rest of the unions we have. Like I said, we have a number of unions. A bus driver isn't paid the same as a person that's picking up garbage. It's no different than a person that's a water treatment plant operator, very specialized field, and they will negotiate their collective agreement. The comments that I made about the Kofi board is that we own them. They answer to the city of Peterborough. There has been a huge disconnect for the 4 years that I sat on Kofi board. And when I seen the letters that came here and some of the misinformation that was in there, that appalls me because I sat on that board and I knew what was going on inside that board. But everyone, councillor, that is sitting at this table, you are responsible for water. Not the Kofi board, not PUC, not John Stevenson, not Nancy Brown Addison, and none of the Kofi board members. You are responsible for water. I take it very seriously, the water quality of the city of Peterborough. But when I read the report, and it made sense to me because I knew both sides of the fence, from the Kofi perspective and from what I read from WSP. And the report that I read from WSP made sense to me that it was money coming into the city of Peterborough. That's a conclusion I draw because I had both information from both sides of the equation. And it made sense to me, and it was money in the hand of the city of Peterborough. I don't know about being flawed because, like I said, I was at the original meeting of Kofi of wastewater and water, and I read the report from WSP that came here. It's unfortunate that didn't go through, but true to the facts, what Councillor Hickey is saying, he's reintroducing this here. He just wants you to get the same information that was given to me and the other 5 councillors that are sitting here from the last council. I think that's respect for you. There's no it's disrespect the other way of not giving to you. How dare somebody say we want to withhold information from you because you're too stupid to make an informed decision? Sorry, I have a problem with that.
All right, thank you, Councillor Reel. Councillor Baldwin and Burke. Councillor Baldwin.
So, Mr. Chair, just a couple of things. I did have a conversation with Councillor Hickey this morning about his notice of motion. We did receive an email from Mayor Leal probably about an hour after you and I spoke, Dave. This whole situation has a lot of twists and turns. I was one of the councillors at the time who did not approve the sale of PDI. In fact, 70% of the population didn't approve the sale of PDI. But here we are, it was sold. I was in attendance in council when the WSP consultant came and he presented information. I was also present here when John Stevenson made a presentation to council. And I tried to listen very carefully to both of those. What I do remember about the WSP presentation to council was, I'm going back in my memory bank, he said there were efficiencies that could be realized if the water came to the city of Peterborough or if the wastewater went to PUG. I think we were talking in the neighborhood of $3.5 million savings if it came to the city, and something in the neighborhood of around 2 to 2.3 million if it went the other way. Those are my recollections. I don't recall it being said at council that it was flawed. That's the word that's been bandied about tonight. There was information. The city of Peterborough hired a consultant, and he came. I forget the gentleman's name, but he made a presentation. I just don't think there was a will from council at that time to go forward. I'm not sure the report was flawed. Could have been written better, perhaps, but I don't know. I'm certainly not an expert in that. What I am pretty good at is listening to people around the table. It sounds to me like Councillor Hakey, who was not a member of council last term, would like city council to have a look at the present operation and what is the best way forward. And he doesn't have that information. I also certainly respect Mayor Leal's suggestion of putting together a working group. And I'm not sure if that compliment that Mayor Leal has mentioned, he's mentioned one person, actually he's mentioned 3 people tonight, but I think there's 5. I'm wondering if that could somehow, Mayor Leal, be incorporated into Councillor Hakey's suggestion, because I do think it's something that, it's our fiduciary duty as councillors to have a look at all of the revenue and expenses for the city of Peterborough. So I commend Councillor Hakey for bringing it forward. It's been sitting there for a year and a half, and nothing's been done. I believe in the notice of motion, it said an updated report would come in 2023. We're not going to make that deadline. That ship has sailed, but it's 24 now. So I really think it's incumbent upon council to have a look at it. I also like Mayor Leal, I would certainly endorse your recommendations. Put a working group together. I don't know if Councillor Hakey would incorporate or consider incorporating the working group, but I think what we're looking at is trying to get information, current information. We could go one way, the other way, or stay the status quo. Those were our 3 options. And without all the information, having a discussion with all the experts, we'll never know. And sometimes staying where we're at isn't the best way to go. Sometimes it is. But if you don't have the information and the expertise, we'll never know. So I'll throw it back to you, Councillor Hakey. I appreciate you bringing it forward for fiduciary duty. And I also very much respect, Mayor Leal, you bringing forth an opportunity to perhaps put a working group in place as support of the motion. So I'll leave it at that to you 2 gentlemen. Thank you.
All right, so Councillor, did you want to, Councillor Hakey, is that
At this point, I'd like to stay with the motion that we have. And it's not that I disagree with his worship, but what I've always believed is we should all have the same information at the same time. With the working group, it would be entitled to, I think it was CAO Reyna, Commissioner Papadakos, the mayor, myself, and I forget who else. So Pat Devlin and John Stevenson, which I have no objection to those. If we approve this tonight, I think it would be very important to understand that information after we want to move down that road, prove that we want to move down that road, and get councils, get staff's input on an updated report, not one that we slap a new cover on, but an updated report as laid out in this information. And what I said earlier, which is understanding anything new that's come up. So for now, I agree. I'd like to leave the motion as it is. And if it passes, we can look at next steps.
Thank you very much. I have Councillor Burke, Lachik, and Mayor Leal. Councillor Burke.
Chair Beamer, thank you for letting me speak. I think that it's been interesting to be involved in hearing from all sides and not being very much emotionally invested either way. I am hearing everybody. And I think that I still stand on the fence, which is leading me to believe that what the previous speaker before Councillor Hickey was talking about, maybe the best solution forward is to sort of merge the two middle of the road options, is to request this report with their working group. I would be interested to have some HR people on the working group. It's been brought up a few times about what that would mean for employees to come from point A to point B. It would be great to have that perspective. And I think that if we're going to make this decision tonight, it would be helpful for me to hear from staff on this. There's been some things brought up. There's been comments that speak to the relationship between the utilities and the city. There's been comments about that I may be liable if the city takes on drinking water to be sued. And there's been comments about how this is going to affect employees that could potentially have what they're experiencing being shifted. So maybe acting Commissioner Freeman could just speak to some of those themes generally and provide some input that way. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Councillor, you're already liable for the Clean Drinking Water Act, and you have a fiduciary responsibility. So I think that's to some of the comments that are being made. Whereas today that is being managed by 5 members of council as participants on the PUC commission, when in fact you all are responsible. So, Mr. Chairman, the motion that was laid out in the it's my understanding that contemplated, as Councillor Hickey read his motion, the next steps that were envisioned at the time, and predominantly there was a financial exercise to it and a non-financial exercise to it. So it would involve a number of individuals to the comments being made, and obviously there would be a working group put together, and that working group could be supplemented, as that key team felt by other participants. Mr. Chairman, the timeline that was contemplated here with the second quarter, would allow sufficient time for that consultation, and if there was, to the mayor's point, and I would also agree, as listening to his comments here, just in terms of the common set of terms, common set of facts, establishing the parameters. I mean, all of that makes good sense. And this next 6 months that's envisioned here for that additional information to come back, we can work through that. The staff on the working group that's established can work through that and bring those reports back to council. And with that additional information, then council can decide then what they want to do with it.
And I think through the chair to my group, to the group of my peers, I think the little nagging voice in me that is still there right now is the fact that with the information that I have, it feels like it's moving, being run smoothly. And that's the voice that I'm contending with. And so for me to make a decision that would be easier would also include that working group, just to add some balance to it. And yeah, thanks. That's my 2 cents. I guess the only thing is I didn't really hear too much from Commissioner Freeman about how potential change could impact employees with the price step, with the salary steps or freezes or red flags or whatever, red circles.
Mr. Chairman, the comments were made that IBEW have a collective agreement in place, and the city is already committed to honoring that collective agreement and the negotiation process, the collective bargaining process. We do that every day. We have a number of unions at the city. That's nothing new. And so we're already committed to doing that. And I'm not just sure where this notion of red circling comes from, and or aligning it with other collective agreements. There are obligations under labor relations. There's a collective bargaining process that we would follow, and And when the term of the agreement is up, the parties, just like we do with all of our other bargaining groups, we would sit down across the table and we would negotiate. And we would do that in a fair and respectful way, like we do with all of our agreements.
Thank you very much. I have Councillor Lachika, Mayor Leal, Councillor Parnell, and Duguay. Councillor Lachika.
Thank you very much, Chair Beamer. Through you, I just wanted to say to the table that it's been meaningful for me to have all of the conversations that I've had in this last week. And I've had the opportunity to speak to Mr. Stevenson. Had the opportunity to speak to IBEW workers. We, the 6 new councillors, are all trying to do their digging and do their research because this has been reintroduced. And I respect that the reason that it's been reintroduced is because we're in a different moment than we were in June. We are in a moment of unprecedented increases all over Ontario. All the municipalities are struggling, and we just need to look at some things. And I believe that that was the spirit that Councillor Hakey brought forth this revisitation. Because we're new and we don't have the information, I certainly wouldn't want to be disadvantaged in making a decision on behalf of the constituents of Town Ward because I don't know what that June 22 report said. It's not like it's outdated. It's only a few months ago. And I'm hearing that there are different interpretations of what that report said. And, you know, I wouldn't want to take one counselor's version of their understanding of the report above another counselor's. We all have different interpretations, and I'd like to have the opportunity to have my own interpretation of what that actually says. So I appreciate the fact that Councillor Riel brought that up. I think that we do deserve to equitably have access to information to make a democratic decision. And this is what we do, and we need to have these hard conversations and look at things. It's a current report, it's been reintroduced, and we're in unprecedented times of having to look at you know, our costs, and it isn't even an issue of whether it's running well. It is obviously running well. That's not the issue. You know, sometimes there can be slight tweaks or changes that could be made that could be a massive savings, and it doesn't affect any of the workers necessarily. But we need to be able to assess that in order to make a sound decision because it's been reintroduced. I would like to have that information as a new councillor, and that's why I'll be supporting Councillor Hakey's motion.
Thank you very much. So we do need a motion just to extend the hour till complete business. So moved by Councillor Baldwin to extend the hour. Are you a yes, Councillor Burke? Yes. Okay. And that is carried. All right, we have Mayor Leal, Councillor Purnell, Duguay, Baldwin. Mayor Leal?
Thanks very much, Mr. Chair. I don't want to prolong this discussion. I've had the opportunity in perhaps my past political life to read an awful lot of reports. The best reports that I would have read and reviewed and think about are the ones that are based on a common set of facts. And it seems to me, unfortunately, that we've developed these 2 silos. Over here, we have the PUG, and over here, we have the city of Peterborough. If this is going to be an effective result, we really need to have that common set of facts. We need both parties to say, here's the 5 things that we need to look at. Here's the 5 things we're going to deliberate on. And here's the 5 things that we're going to get answers to. Here's the report. Here's the content. You make the decision on behalf of the citizens of Peterborough.
Thank you, Mayor Leal. Councillor Purnell?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The problem is that the recommendations in front of us are just the exact same recommendations that were based on that June 2022 flawed report, and it was flawed, and it was very one-sided because it did not give the common set of facts that the mayor is referring to. But the recommendations in front of you are based on that flawed report. And the thing I have the most trouble with is this approved in principle. Why are we approving something in principle before you get these common sets of facts? That is the thing that most upsets me about this notice of motion. Because once it's in writing, whether we're told that, oh, well, you can reverse it, y'all know that it's much harder to reverse something once it's in writing and out there. So that I will absolutely be voting against. That is the main point. And the other point was that we just last week, we deferred a very important project that we wanted to do through budget and through general committee, and we postponed it another year because staff literally said we are overwhelmed. We have too much to do with the resources and the people that we have, and we're trying to hire more. We know the budget wants us to hire 38 more people. We don't have the capacity, even to do this report, never mind implement it or take over the responsibility of the drinking water in the zoo within the city, while we're making our utility group less efficient. It's 6 to 1, half dozen the other, but it's very damaging on the one side. It's not even equitable in any way, shape, or form. That's all I'm going to say, except we also do, Mr. Chair, have a code of conduct and a procedural bylaw, and people around this table have to respect those, both to their colleagues and to staff. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Purnell. Councillor Duguay and Baldwin. Councillor Duguay.
Thank you, Chair Beamer. Ironically, I think I monitor the meeting of which July 11th and July 25th, because in a previous life, I was attending said meetings in my capacity as a planning consultant. So I have some recollection of the meetings. At AMO, there was a workshop held regarding municipal service corporations, and municipalities across Ontario are looking at ways that they can, and I'm going to use the word, be creative and innovative in how they structure the provision of various services and the provision of various assets, and that is including utilities. I have thought this matter through, like all of us, very clearly. I've gone back and read the July reports cover to cover. But I do appreciate Mayor Leal's recommendation. If the utility, as we know, is running efficiently and there's no need to make any changes, then there's no need to make any changes. However, if the utility does need, there may be something in light of, to Councillor LaChica's point, the sort of current economic realities that our municipality is facing, then perhaps, or not perhaps, it would be prudent that we have that information. It may not mean that all of a sudden our Peterborough Utilities Group and all of their employees become city employees. That this initiative simply, that perhaps that might be an outcome, but perhaps it may not be. What I understand is at play here is an opportunity to ascertain and consider what is the most efficient relationship between the city and Kofi. And I think a working committee makes sense. Even tonight, we discussed the prospect of fundamental changes. For example, our shared relationship with the county and the city, which comes due at the end of 2024. Perhaps that needs to be changed. I don't view that being much different. So I understand my colleague Hakey's intent, but I believe what Mayor Leal is suggesting, assuming Councillor Hakey's motion does not proceed, Mayor Leal's motion would make sense to me, and I'd be most comfortable with that approach. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Baldwin and Burke. Councillor Baldwin.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, earlier tonight we talked about making decisions after 3 or 4 or 5 or 6 hours of chit chat around the horseshoe. We're getting close to the witching hour where many of us were here at 4:30. We're now at 5 to 10. So I'm just wondering, Mr. Chair, if the councillor might consider tabling his motion, his notice of motion. That would give us a little time to consider during the month of December and come back in the month of January to Councillor Purnell's earlier comments around Christmas time and holiday time and family time. It would give our staff an opportunity, I'm going to put this one on Mr. Freeman, an opportunity to perhaps send out that WSP report to all of councillors, including me, or someone could send it out to us. That would give all of the new councillors an opportunity to look at the report, read the report, ask questions of the report from the subject experts. That wouldn't be anybody around this table. And if that would be an opportunity, that would then give us a chance to have some time, some reflective time, come back in January and start anew. And we would then consider Councillor Hickey's notice of motion at that time. I'd have to go to the clerk and see if that's viable. And we could also at the same time consider Mayor Leal's motion being part of or separate, depending on the vote that's taken by on Councillor Hickey's notice of motion. Mr. Chair, that would be my recommendation. We've got some folks who are very invested in this, some who have no idea what we're talking about. And I think it wouldn't be a bad decision to put a pause on this, table it, and bring it back in the month of January. That would be my recommendation and my suggestion through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
All right, thank you. I have Councillor Burke for a second time and Hickey. Councillor Burke.
I'll just be quick. I have a question for staff, but if the previous speaker's idea sounds like a better opportunity to find an answer, but I'll take a stab at it. Commissioner Freeman, one of the things that we often don't talk about is insurance, and would following through with this, with what could be looked at as bringing water in-house, would there be any implications with insurance?
Mr. Chairman, yes, there would be insurance implications. I think the councillor's asking the question, would it actually cost more for insurance or insurance premiums? And to that, I'm not sure I know the answer to. I mean, you know, there is an insurance renewal process that city staff work through annually, as would I'm assuming the utilities staff would follow a similar process, albeit separate. It's just one of those areas of what I would say would be inefficiencies, whereby you know there's no reason why it couldn't be a common renewal process. But you know, again, I think those are the details that would have to be worked through. Nobody is saying that it's broken. What we're saying is that there's efficiencies here. And I think the key thing back in the day, when the councils of the day back in 2000, when they administratively put together the electric business with the water business for the synergies, the consultant of the day, KPMG, that was the recommendation. The councils of the day supported that for the synergies that existed. When council accepted the recommendation from Kofi to sell the assets of PDI overnight, those synergies and efficiencies, for the most part, disappeared. What staff are saying, what I believe the consultant said, what WSP said, was that there are still efficiencies there. It's just in a different spot, and the alignment is probably more so on the city side. And does it result in tangible savings, dollars? Yes. There's also non-financial savings and efficiencies as well. But though, again, we're kind of getting ahead of ourselves, but that was what the consultant was trying to say. Nobody is saying, staff are not saying this evening that we think it's broken. That's not what we're saying. We think there's efficiencies there to the benefit of the taxpayer at the end of the day.
All right, Councillor Hickey.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Building off of Councillor Baldwin, you know what? I don't want to delay this. What we're asking for is all information. We're asking for the same thing, perhaps in different forms, different time. But we're going to end up there, as Councillor Baldwin asked Mr. Freeman to comment on certain things. That's what I'm trying to get at. But what I am prepared to do is this. I'm prepared to make a D in there, that there is a working group that works with city staff to come back with a report. If that makes it more comfortable for His Worship and Councillor Parnell. I don't know how you wordsmith that, but it would be D, that a working group consisting of
All right, so
CAO Reyna, His Worship. Oh, you're not on it? Oh, perfect.
CAO Reyna,
I like it.
President and CEO John Stevenson,
And Pat
Pat
Devlin.
Devlin, Dave Hakey,
Yes.
and Commissioner Papadakis.
And I think was
Those are the
Mr. Freeman
5.
on there? Or
No,
No, okay,
those are the
put
5.
that in there. That becomes a D. Part of this, I'd like to get it done tonight. We can move on, get this, start gathering the information. And then if it appears that that's a bit of a stumbling block, so that should relieve a lot of the concern and the pressure that some people have around this table.
Okay, so that working group is put together with those 5 individuals, and they will Mayor Leo, it was sort of your thinking. They work together to provide reports, update reports.
Yeah, I mean, my sense is we need the working group to establish the common facts we're going to look at and the parameters of what the study would look at to come back with a pathway forward.
Okay, so we'll just wordsmith that. Common facts, parameters. We'll just wordsmith that. Councillor Hakey?
And that report will come back to council as a whole.
That report will come back to council as a whole. Just give me a second.
Well, that's part of it.
So that a working group consisting of CAO Jasbir Reyna, Michael Papadakis, Commissioner of Infrastructure, Planning and Growth, acting. Mayor Leo?
Mr. Chair, I'd also ask that as Councillor Hakey is part of it, once the common facts have been established, the parameters of the report, if that information could come back to us for all councils to take a look at, and to make sure that we're covering everything as completely as possible.
Okay, yep. So John Stevenson, President CEO, Peterborough, Dave Hagels, establish a working group to put together a working group to establish the common facts and parameters of a report and report back to council with the common facts and parameters and subsequent reports moving forward.
Also, though, it has to include not just the working group, but we
Yes.
go back and forth with city staff.
Okay, we'll wordsmith
to
that.
make sure that,
We'll wordsmith that. And Councillor, you're still comfortable with the A, B, C, and D?
yes.
Okay. Councillor Parnell and LaChica on A, B, C, and D. Councillor Parnell?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, I was hoping Councillor Hakey would remove A because it's the supported in principle. That is a big, big problem here. You're presupposing the outcome of this working group by leaving that in.
Okay, so Councillor Hickey, it's up to you. Did you want to remove A?
No, because it doesn't mean anything. So I'm not going to do it on principle. At this point, we're getting a report. That's what we're getting. We're not approving anything. So I'm going to say no because this was vetted by a lawyer. So I'm going to leave it the way that it is.
Okay. Okay. Councillor LaChica?
Thank you very much, Chair Beamer. I'm just wondering with the members of the working group, if there could be our Commissioner of Finance on there as well, because if this is about efficiencies, I think that's a really important piece, if you'd be willing to be there. Thank you.
All right, sorry, Richard, you're on another working committee. No, Mayor Leal, I don't want this working committee to, but should we put the finance person of Kyle Davis? So Kyle Davis, the finance committee of PUG's on there. So
Thank you very much, Chair Beamer.
thank you. No, we won't send. Yeah, we will. We'll separate it out. So let's just give John a few minutes here. He's doing a great job wordsmithing, and we'll just take a break. Close. Just stay in your seats. Mr. Freeman, would it be helpful if you sent out the original report from 2022 to all council just as information? Is that appropriate?
Mr. Chairman, if that is the will of council, I would certainly send it out.
Okay. Do you need?
Need a motion?
But it's also online. It's a public report, everyone. So July 22nd. Okay, we're going to read D and then we'll take separate votes on A, B, C, and D. Councillor Purnell?
B and D then redundant.
B and D. Councillor Hakey, what are your thoughts? Are B and D redundant? Because staff, no, okay. Okay. So we're going to read out D. So this is D, that a working group consisting of CAO Reyna, Michael Papadakis, Commissioner of Infrastructure Planning and Growth Management, Patrick Devlin, Vice President, Water Utility Services, John Stevenson, President CAO, Peterborough Utilities Group, Councillor Hakey, Richard Freeman, Commissioner of Finance and Corporate Support Services, and Kyle Davis, PUG, Financial Manager of PUG, to establish the common facts and parameters of the report and report back to council with the common facts and parameters in subsequent updates. Is that everyone all right? Everybody get the meaning of that? We can wordsmith it down the road. All right, so we'll separate out A, B, C, and D. We've had a request to separate them out. Yeah. So moved by Councillor Hakey. We'll vote on A first. Okay. And that is carried. All right. B, we'll take a vote on B. And that is carried. C. That is carried. And lastly, D. And that is carried. All right, other business? Seeing none. Motion to adjourn, Councillor Baldwin. And that'll be carried. Thanks, everyone. Appreciate it. Have a good night.